at Wild International, where we work with businesses to help them grow. I'll be your moderator for today, and hopefully we can have some fun and really get to engage, right? Good. So we are about digital skills in East Africa, and we are going to get started with our program, which is quite an elaborate program. We have a lot of things here. So let me start off first and foremost by acknowledging our speakers and our guests. We have Mr. David Ross, Head of Project at the German Development Corporation. We have Professor Idris Rai, Deputy Executive Secretariat of the Inter-University Council of East Africa. We have Ben Ruhinda from IUCA, Evelyn Rutazaha, Dr. Bernadette Mutinda, and later on we will have a panel consisting of John Matogo, Zephania Shahidi, Harriet Karaoke, Timothy Gashusha, Irene Givinji, and Mika Shako. And David Cherubot is here with us, and together with Fabian Gonzalez. And of course, we have East African-based hubs from all over Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda. We have Gatere, Hausa, Luisa, Laura, Joseph, Berry, Denaya. And last but not least, definitely we have our host, Mercy from ASSEK. And that gives us our honor roll, all right? So when you're coming here to speak, you can now say all protocols observed. All right, but of course, please feel free to observe the protocols. So we are here because we are launching the digital skills training program, and we do have some people who are joining us online. So for our participants joining us online, we'll be tracking your comments on the chat board, and we will be engaging with you through that as well. So please do not feel left out. We are happy that you have joined us. For the participants who are here in person, again, thank you so much for taking time to be with us today as we launch this Digital Skills East Africa that is aimed at training and empowering young people and entrepreneurs to use digital skills to create transformation in their businesses and ultimately create jobs and create wealth. As I told you, I'm very passionate about this whole story about using business to create wealth. And I'll tell you that story as we go along. But right now, because it is digital skills, let me ask my technical team to load the Mentimeter. Yeah, it's digital skills. Load the Mentimeter, and we want to sort of just have a quick read on the room. So once the Mentimeter is up, please scan the code and let's see who's in the room. Yeah, the reason why we want to see who's in the room is because it's good for networking, it's good for setting the context, it's good for setting the stage, and it's a digital skills workshop that we are preparing entrepreneurs for. So let's see who's in the room. There are several categories there: academia, entrepreneur, government, development partner, non-profit, and other. Yeah, so that guy is very fast. Good digital skills. Let's see. Let's do a bit of technology here. Put a bit of pressure on people. It's very interesting. We are at the Inter-University Council and academia are not here. Okay, so time is up. Or should I add you more time? Okay, let's see. Let's add you more time. Okay, so if you haven't responded, you'll have 30 seconds. Okay, so press C. You see digital skills? Press C, and there's no C on my Okay. All right. Oh. Is it now working? All right. So at least we have academia in the room, at least some entrepreneurs, and we have government, development partners, non-profits, and we have others. Very curious who others are. Anyone wants to tell us who others are? Private sector? That does not count as entrepreneur. Other could be hubs. Are those hubs? Hubs, associations. Okay, hubs, associations, and others. All right, very good. So we have an idea of who's in the room. The next thing that I want us to look at is what digital skills do you have? Okay, what digital skills do you have? And I know it's open-ended, so I'm very curious to also see what kind of answers will come up. What digital skills do you have? Typing is a digital skill. There's another one. Voice typing is a digital skill. Do you remember a time when we used to have the international computer driving license? Did any of you take those courses? Don't say yes, because we might just now know your age. Yeah. Yeah. Hacking. Okay. Connecting to Wi-Fi is a digital skill. We have programmers, office suite users, desktop presentation, yeah, Google search, CRM data analytics, UX design. Yep. So it's very interesting that there's already a huge array of digital skills in the room. And we are going to be talking about how to help innovators and how to help businesses acquire these digital skills and leverage on digital skills to be able to grow and to create much needed jobs. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's cool. Computer-aided research, online advertising, basic web design, data visualization, product development. I'm sure some of you, as you look at these things, you're realizing you have more skills than you actually thought you had, right? Yeah, you're thinking, actually I didn't know that. Yeah, flyer making. Yeah, if you went to university and did a coding program called BASIC, please do not tell your neighbor. Yeah, yeah, because we did that coding program and we did it offline. It was on paper. You coded on paper. Yeah, and how many learned how to use Microsoft Word using printed material? No? Yeah, learned how to use Microsoft Word using printed material. And you went to the lab how many times a week? Into the computer lab once a week. Yeah. So that was our experience, but today our technology is right here on our fingerprints. All right, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now move on with our program and invite Okay. Allow me to move on with our program and invite Mr. David Roos, who's the head of project for the German Development Corporation, to give us his opening remarks and really tell us why we are here. David, you may use the podium.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning. Karibu. How are you? Good to see you. That's strange standing up here. That's not appropriate. Thank you. Good to see you. A few weeks ago, we met here at the almost very same place, but at least within this building. We convened the private sector to tell us what the markets really require. And I can tell you, for those who have not been in the room, it was 7:30 and there was a lot of steam. Because obviously there's a misbalance between what the markets and the industry require and what currently academia and governments can deliver. And obviously, and I'm not going into detail, but it's a pivotal moment in time. AI and other emerging technologies will make digital skills not only a question of succeed, but of survival. And that's a global challenge, not a regional one. The potential, though, for the region in East Africa is insane. 400 million people, 8 countries in the EAC. The World Bank argues that the digital markets globally grow 15%. We've seen 12% market growth, economic growth in East Africa last year. So we can tap into the potential that is there, but yet who's the driving force in this? Germany and the ASSEK Development Corporation are committed on the agenda of digital skills since more than 6 years. And together with IUC, the University Council, and also the East African Business Council, we implement these skills together since this time. Now, there's the policy dimension. There's obviously the misbalance between academia and private sector, but the most important is to create impact for the communities. And that's why this occasion here is so valuable, because we try to hit 2 birds with 1 stone today, launching both of the campaigns that really create value and impact for the future of any of the markets, the integration, and that's the youth. We've been invested in the Innovators Sprint Up program. We already had 1,000 participants. We're now aiming for 200 more this year. And this is a unique opportunity to take up your business idea, to turn it into something successful and sustainable, and bring it from ideation, the whole life circle, into commercialization with the professionals on board leading you through that process, which is never an easy one. The other program that we're starting is, or that we're actually scaling, is the D-Skills training course. We so far trained more than 500 participants, and this time we aim specifically for academia, for unemployed graduates, and for graduates. We're very happy to have all of our implementing partners here. I mentioned IUC. Thanks for all the startups and the hubs here, Startup, WINS Consulting, the consortium that we built, and Black in Tech. This is a great opportunity, and we don't see it as a means by itself, but something that should be aligned coherently in then something that feeds into policy. That's why we're very happy to follow not only start a program, but also follow your development and development of the program. Get your feedback, get your energy, get your ideas, and co-create something meaningful. And we can promise that we will lead the policy dialogue with the EAC Secretariat, bring something as this, the digital skills for East Africa, in the Ministerial Council next week in Dar es Salaam. Also hosting a session to co-create a new program for the next years at the EAC Education Summit in Arusha. And I really invite you to not only participate in these programs now, that hopefully create benefit and value for the community, but also in the conversation with the private sector, with the academia, and with the policy, because it needs our movement. The agenda, the topic is too big. No one in itself, no one alone can be successful in this. So yeah, with that, I hand over, I guess, back to the moderator. Once again, thank you to all our distinguished partners. ASSEK, thank you, ASSEK. And I wish you an interesting Harvard Day, and then hopefully very impactful programs that we will see. Thank you.
All right. I think you guys did not hear what he said. That's why you're clapping the way you're clapping. Because if you heard what he said, 1,000, how many people, how many, 1,000. Did you hear 1,000? Yes. Did you hear 500? Sorry? 200? And those numbers, you just come across them in the streets, right? Easily you just walk across and you find 1,000 entrepreneurs somewhere. No, you don't find them. So let's give him a big round of applause, guys. He's indeed soft-spoken, but the results that he's pushing us to achieve are not small results, all right? And so we have to appreciate him. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person that I want to invite to speak to us is going to give us an overview of the digital skills for an innovative East Africa industry. And this is none other than Mr. Ben Ruhinda from the IUCEA. And he's going to really talk to us about the Innovators Print Up and Digital Skills Training Program, together with Evelyn Rutazaha. All right? So let's clap for Ben Ruhinda and Evelyn as they come up to share with us about this program. Ben, please feel free to use the podium.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting when you are set off far from people and then you're told to stand on this wooden stage and you're required to network. So allow me to start this way. Good morning. I'm Ben. I'm happy to be here. I'm just giving the overview. We have more stories to tell about what is IUCA, about what is happening. The core part of today's discussion is to tell you about the launch of the Innovation Splitter program and digital skills training. Sometimes people, when they hear all these keywords, as we started by Ement, you find some questions come quickly to you. Actually, this is a question. What is digital skills training? And what are we going to train in? I want to tell you first, and setting the ground, that every skill set mentioned here is paramount for your life. But interestingly, it's now becoming important for the governance and decision. You apply for a passport, you have to have digital skills. You go to meet your colleagues somewhere, so you need to have digital skills. You need to navigate your phone. You need to navigate the map. You need to order Uber. Few minutes I was taught by colleagues how to pay using my phone on something called SIM, Kit SIM tool. You see? So there are many skills which we are forced to have, and sometimes we qualify ourselves that we have them. Until when you find yourself that you are unable to transact. So the digital skills training program is going to build the skills for students and lecturers in order to improve the quality of teaching, and also the student to get more curiosity of more time focus on the content, which will help them to be better citizens and also drive the better decision. Digital skills, I always tell people, it's not about knowing how to post and navigate social media. feel free to have the digital skills without a social media account. You will survive. But survive without knowing how to navigate. Allow me again to tease the mind of those virtually and present in the room. There's something we used to know some years back, which was called universal resource location. I think some people think it's a new word. Where you type www. That domain name you are putting is universal resource location. But now people are taken to search. Any page they visit, they start by a search engine. Instead of understanding that, I start by the address. So we are going to do, it sounds like basic moderator, as you said, but we are going to help people to start from the basic to way to translate it into normal action of working. So here I will not prompt you to talk the curriculum. I have colleagues present, the partners in that. I will not tell you further about how innovation is being scattered. I have colleagues who are going to tell you about this. But how did we come in this journey? Inter-University Council for East Africa is an institution of East African community, and we are mandated to build the skills. And one of the skill set, which is the key enabling of all service, is the digital skills. So we managed to get the partners, as my colleague David said, and there is anybody have a passion to help everybody to drive the innovative industry. Don't think that industry is for capitalists making profit, or it's for the government getting tax. The industry is for me and you. Without the media industry, without this technology, we suffer. Without hospitality, the room will not be conducive. But allow me to tell you that this hospitality service we are in, they are the consumers of technology. Nowadays, to have a chief to compare the notes for you, to go to check in, get intercontinental breakfast, it doesn't need the chief to fly all away to go and prepare a Spanish omelette somewhere. The content is available where? Online. The digital skills are needed for that person or that school teaching or training the elementary to be done. So Inter-University Council partnered, we have the banners around, partnered with the German, and thanks for this support, and they accepted to go the journey with us to improve the digital skills on the continent. Focusing in East Africa, we started with 5 countries. South Sudan joined, we went 6. DRC joined, we went 7. Somalia have joined. We are soon going 8. We are on the way going there. So this activity, we started by master's program. We went further for entrepreneurship. And then we went further for digital skills training, which is the short course training for demand-driven. Allow me to surprise you by telling you that sometime even in the class of the training, we get the trainers sit to be trained by non-qualified lecturers who is their student. So the keyword of co-creation is now at the heartbeat of what we are trying to do. It's so-called networking, it's called mutual respect, it's called co-creation, it's called collaboration. When we collaborate together, that's when we build. So the overview in this, without taking much time of you, is to tell you that we started by master's program. We are happy to say that we have more than 144 scholars, of which 124 got full scholarship. 88 have graduated. More than 100 papers have been peer-reviewed, published, and others are still going on. And those are now, allow me to call it the advanced skills in digital, where at least they do masters in embedded and mobile systems. Allow me to dive a bit deeper. Why embedded system? Why mobile systems? Today you have your phone. And once you want to order Uber, there is a physical hardware in your phone, tiny one, called GPS, which is enabled. But that GPS works with a mobile app, which is called Uber, and that's what you call it. I'm sorry to tell you that's not Uber. Uber is a service. What you have is a mobile application with a name. You use to understand to interconnect it, and then you tag it with GPS, and then to get your name, it adds the street, it goes further, it adds your location, it remember your home address, it take you further. We need to build these skills for the people to understand the back-end architecture of this and understanding how to use it. So when an innovator comes, or when some person get an idea to add on this value, he will be having the skilled set of people to program that for you. I will not stop there. Now, the phone, which is helping you to reach here with Uber, have the motherboard, have the tiny chipset, to embed those applications and code them and make them sensitive to understand even the slight move. If you are standing this direction and there's a load on this block, it will pick this way. When you change it 2 meters, you stand this way to pick this side, what we call the accuracy. We need some people to do the calculation of to the tiniest. That's why you had to build masters in that. We are looking forward for further partners to build PhD in this, to have the people understanding the regional context and further. It's not on a mobile, it's one use case. We go further for my mobile application for our safety. Our scholars are able to understand our problem. Do you know that most of accidents of the big trucks happen always in between past midnight and 6 in the morning? Do you know why all the time you find a truck have went off the road in the night? This is the cause. In the night there is less traffic, but the one who is driving is human. So when he's tired, not drunk, tired, drowsiness comes. His ability to concentrate and meet his milestones of delivering the goods, in the morning you want good things here, you want a salad. So the truck supplying the salad harvested in the garden to come all the way from, instead of passing grocery to the store in the hotel here, needs someone to bring it. That's the industry. But the safety of the truck will be done by embedded system on the drowsiness detector. Our scholars have managed to understand that and embed in a camera which, yes, watches your speed, your ability, but also your eyes. All of us will know when you are dizzying, when you are tired, how your line of sight starts coming. So the more your eyes comes closer, the more you become weaker, the more the alerts come. What is action? First, you get a warning. Second, there's logs. Third, there's action to stop you. And the truck can be saved from accident. And the jam you're expecting on the road is reduced. I'm here to tell you that that's the dream we are working towards. But we are lucky. We have people to do so. Last but not least in the examples, you want to have electronic vehicles on the road. You have limited charging stations, but the car is just moving with the battery. Who will inform that this car, the speed it's moving on, and the battery has become faulty, and the car is stuck this way? For the public transport, we came up with a solution. It's now applicable in one company, which is Chira Motors. And our scholars joined also another company here in Nairobi for that, for improving the architecture and the technology in that. Are we not transforming the industry? So let me stop by saying you are the people to help us to transform the industry. The rest, we be entrepreneurial, we learn about how to sell our products, we do all attached courses for this training. Thank you. Allow me to request Evelyn now to join me and add the remaining piece of the block. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I think you're still sleeping. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Without really taking too much time, I think my colleagues have already mentioned a lot of things, but I think some of you are still wondering, what is this big picture of the digital skills for an innovative East African industry? And today, first and foremost, I appreciate all the partners that are here and have been with us in this journey. We have come a long way, the project and the program through the BMZ, the German government, and the East African community has been able to impact the lives of East Africans for over 6 years now. And we are glad that we're not doing it alone. We're doing it with partners. We're doing it with from partners from the academia, universities. We have ESOs, the entrepreneurship support organizations. the hubs. We have also the East African institutions and also the bodies that are governing the innovation ecosystem, including the Science and the Technology Commission. So we're really glad that we have been in the journey to impact East Africans with skills for innovation and entrepreneurship as well. But to give you a little bit of snapshot, the program's roadmap, I would say from 2019, we started with the Center of Excellence. We established an ICT Excellence Center at the Nelson Mandela African Institution for Science and Technology. And this was geared towards improving the quality on offers of teaching for students and graduates at master's level to be able to have skills that meet the demand of the industry. In 2021, we established a Digital Skills Accelerator program, and we worked with partners to be able to support unemployed graduates for upskilling, enhancing their capacities for employability. And we trained over 150 youth and ICT professionals. In 2022, we launched and implemented the Digital Innovations for Business Resilience program with our partners, Startup Africa. And it was quite a success. We reached over 1,000 youth, young innovators, and we even offered seed funding of over 22,000 euros for seed funding. And we also further offered digital skills trainings for universities to enable them to improve learning in ICT, but also establish infrastructure for teaching in the era of digital transformation. We didn't stop there. In 2023, we established a matchmaking and innovation pitching platform with the East African Business Council, and we are glad our partners are here today as well. And we supported innovators to come to the platform where they speak with industry and tell them what are the challenges and what are the potential opportunities. And we are glad that this brings about more need for hand-holding, more need for supporting young innovators in the ecosystem. And we see that, and that's why our efforts are still in place and we still want to support more. In 2023, we launched the Innovation and Technology Transfer Strategy with the East African Science and Technology Commission and with the expertise of Professor Ogada. He's here. Please wave your hand. Happy to have you today. I really would like to acknowledge this. We had a very long journey of a year or so trying to work on the innovation strategy, technology transfer strategy, and this bridges the gap between academia and industry, understanding what are the dynamics, what are the opportunities. And we are here today because we want to be able to implement this strategy for the East Africans, and we want everyone to come on board with us. So here we are today in 2024. We want to amplify the impact of our initiatives, and it's a joint initiative. And therefore, today we are going to be launching the Innovators Printer Program and the Digital Skills Training Program for the East Africans, really bringing about all target groups from young innovators to graduates, university staff, faculties, companies, SMEs and MSMEs. So we are glad actually to be here on this journey, and we say, what does this lead us to, or where does this lead us to, is to really prepare universities, higher education institutions, young people of East Africa for regional integration and for the digital economy. And we want to be able to harmonize and see a harmonized regional economic bloc of the East African community in the area of digital skills, in the area of research and innovation for an advanced economy. So thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Evelyn Rutazaha. As already mentioned, I work with GIZ as an advisor on digital innovations and entrepreneurship support. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you hearing the things people are doing? Can you hear them? Yeah? You guys are not listening. You are? Okay, maybe David, you are. These other guys are not listening. All right, so let me give us an opportunity to interact just a little. So you've heard what the digital skills team are doing. You've heard about the technology for preventing drivers from falling asleep as they drive their trucks. Yeah. So you've had very interesting things. So I just want you to have a moment with the neighbor in twos, just where you're seated in twos. I want you to tell the person you're seated with an interesting technology or innovation that you've recently heard about or interacted with, okay? Please do not mention Uber, do not mention M-Pesa, okay? Do not mention ChatGPT, all right? Definitely do not mention Microsoft PowerPoint, okay? So an interesting technology or an interesting business that you've come across over the last few months or few years. So in twos, I'm giving you just 2 minutes. So everyone has 1 minute to just share. Bernadette. Okay. Who has had something very exciting? I'm going to give an opportunity. Somebody, please bring the microphone. Who has had something very exciting? One person. Very exciting technology. Anyone?
It's just what Prof was saying here, so I gave him the floor. No, just go ahead. You have the microphone. It's what I heard.
No, I was telling him about my student who is developing early detection AI solutions for tomato diseases based on scanning of leaves And through that, then you are able to intervene even before the damage is made. So that is what I've said. I wanted to say on behalf of my team here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause. Okay, very good. Tomato detection. One more. Oh, tomato disease detection. Some children would really love tomato detection so that they can avoid those soups. Okay, so if there's no one else, allow me to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is going to come and talk to us about the digital entrepreneurship assessment of youth in higher education institutions in East Africa. And she's going to share with us what did they find out when they did that assessment. And it'll be interesting for you to know that today we are seated here, and I think all of us have our smartphones, and we can scan our QR codes. It may not be the same, even at the university level. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Bernadette Mutinda, who's going to talk to us about the Innovators Print Up program and what they found out when they assessed the young people in our higher educations. Projectors and presentations, please be ready. And Daktari, Karibu. Yeah, I'm going to help Daktari walk to the podium because that's the only thing I can actually help do.
Good morning. I'll remember what you told us. All protocols observed. We are well? Have we had breakfast? Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Very good. Now, at least we can tell. They're responding digitally. Oh, I had not seen. Oh, thumbs up. Okay. Should I also make this presentation digitally? Yeah, I can give an attempt. Anyway, as we wait for technology, you know, for somebody to project, maybe I can pick up from where Ben left, and I'm assuming that in the next two we shall have the presentation. I was just trying to remember, for those who have lived longer, like myself, the journey in terms of, you know, the interruptions that we have seen because of technology. When I was growing up, the banking sector was very interesting in Kenya. Of course, we had the big banks, the likes of Standard Chartered, Barclays, and so on. But those were, you know, the preserves of the rich, if I may put it that way. My mother then was banking with Postbank, and they were only given 7 days. I think she could go to the bank after every 7 days. If you did not withdraw your money within 7 days, I mean within that window, you had to borrow, to wait and wait. Then came the ATMs, and we thought, this is wonderful. And everything changed. And then we saw, of course, the banking sector transform itself. Now you could even go to Barclays with little money and still be able to open your account. But now, if you think about it today, I'm sure all of us, we've seen now banks are beginning to withdraw, if I may put it that way, their ATMs, because less and less people are using the ATMs. Now, if you leave your phone in the house, I can bet 90% of all of us here will go back home because you've literally almost like left yourself behind. Yeah? If I were to ask a few of you to open your wallets today, I bet very few people have cash in their pockets. And that is the effect of what? Technology. So anyway, now that tech is working for us, I can go ahead with the presentation. So we embarked on a training needs assessment to inform our interventions for the Innovators Sprint Up program. So I will, and Ben is supposed to be supporting me. Yeah, of course. I'm going to present the findings within a very short time. We did this study. Could I have the, yeah. So we did this study within the 7 East Africa countries that are participating in the Innovation Sprint Up program. And so today I'm going to this is a summary of the presentation, the training needs assessment objectives, the methodology, findings, and recommendation. So on to the objectives. Ideally, the broad objective really is to, was to determine what are the needs of these young innovators within the East Africa universities. But specifically, we wanted to determine the level of involvement of the youth in digital innovations. And number 2, we wanted to identify the level of access to entrepreneurship or innovation support within the universities or innovation hubs that the young innovators find themselves in. And then lastly, to determine the training needs gaps among the young innovators. In terms of the methodology that we used mixed methods study design that is combining both quantitative and qualitative approaches. In terms of the target population, we targeted 280 young innovators and 56 faculty members. Of course, the sampling was purposive sampling, whereby we targeted universities and hubs within the East Africa region. In terms of the universities, we targeted those that are affiliated with IUCA, and that would inform the purposive sampling. In terms of the data collection tools, considering that the geographical scope was quite broad, the 7 East Africa countries, we used online questionnaires with both open and closed-ended questions. And then in terms of data analysis, for the quantitative data, we used Excel. And for the qualitative data, we used content analysis, of course, classifying them into different thematic areas. Move on to the findings. So in terms of the response rate, I would say that for the students, we were targeting 4 universities within each East Africa country. And we wanted to get a response of 40 students per country. And I can say that the response rates for the students was quite good. We were able to get 100% turnout. Of course, the study was carried out within a period of 3 months. That would also explain why at least we were able to do that. For the faculty, we were targeting 56. We managed to get a total response rate of 46 out of 56, making it 82%, which again is acceptable. In terms of the gender distribution, and allow me now to lean more towards the students, the males were more. We got 65% respondents being male and 35% female. In terms of the age bracket, most of our respondents are within the range we call the youth, that is between 18 and 35. Next slide, please. In terms of the education status of the students that participated in the study, 50% are students that are still within the universities studying. 33% are recent graduates between 1 to 3 years, and then 17% are waiting to graduate. In terms of their understanding of digital skills, we established that 47% actually have a good understanding. Of course, this 47 is inclusive of the 24 that say they have a very good understanding, and those that say they have a good understanding are 23%. And then 43% say they have a basic understanding. And then there's a 2% that they say they don't have any skills at all. So you can see that at 47%, of course, sorry, there's the small bracket there of 8% who consider themselves to be experts. Yeah, but in essence, we can say that the understanding of digital skills among the 7 countries is not so bad. Go on. In terms of entrepreneurial engagement among the students, and here we were seeking to understand how many have businesses that they are running. We found out that 23% have businesses in place, and 77% do not operate any business ventures. However, 80% of all participants indicated that they are willing to start businesses. When we went now to the next level, we wanted to understand how many are utilizing digital technologies in their business operations. We established that 48% utilize technology, while 52% do not. Of course, I'm sure we are thinking in terms of those that already say that they have digital skills. Why is the utilization not so much? Of course, there's the issue of access to infrastructure and so on. Because when you think about digital utilization, you also have to think about issues to do with what? Access. And access, of course, means you must invest in money, and you must use money to invest and so on. In terms of entrepreneurial engagement, the next slide, please. In terms of alignment of innovations with university coursework, we wanted to understand, of those that had businesses, were they related to their course of study, what they studied at the university or what they are studying at the university. And we say that we found out that 30% said that their innovations align with what they are studying, while 70% they said whatever they are doing is not really very aligned to what they studied at the university. We also wanted to establish what are the stages of their innovations. And 62% of the respondents said that they are at ideation phase. 19% have advanced to the prototype stage, at least they have prototypes in place. And those at commercialization and growth stages account for 11% and 8%, respectively. And I'm sure this slide, this particular outcome speaks to the other one where we said only about 70, was it 30, say that they have, 22% say they have businesses. So you can see why many do not have businesses that are in operation, because they are still at what? Ideation phase. Moving on. In terms of the sectors where they are involved in terms of their enterprises, agriculture is the most predominant sector at 39%, followed by ICT at 25%, and the rest, as you can see over there. And then in terms of access to university support facilities, we had asked particularly, do you have access to, support, entrepreneurship support within your universities, or, any kind of innovation support within your university? And 44% reported that their universities have innovation and incubation hubs, while 28% mentioned having access to computer labs, maker spaces. However, despite the availability of these resources, only 9% of the respondents acknowledged having received support from these university facilities as far as their innovations are concerned. Of course, this is a very high-level summary of the findings. Moving on. We also wanted to know the level of business knowledge among the students. And what we found out is that 22% say that they have business knowledge, practical business knowledge that they can apply in their businesses, while 78% responded to lacking such knowledge. And then we took it further to understand what kind of then business skilling would they want, or do they need to be supported in. And 22%, what you see here summarized is actually the major or the priority areas that the students identified. Of course, we had given them options, so they were ticking. So most of them talked about business modeling, market research, financial planning, marketing and customer acquisition, investor readiness. Of course, below there you see additional need training gaps that they identified. They need support in networking, access to funds, mentorship, and so on. Yeah, moving on. So in essence, because this really was a very high-level summary of what we found out, we can summarize then and say that only 23% of the respondents say they are currently operating businesses of their own. 77 do not. Remember that 62% say that they are at ideation stage. So that would inform those findings. 48% use digital technologies in their businesses, while 52 do not. 44% have access to innovation or incubation hubs. 28% to makers, labs, and so on. The rest do not. Only 9% received support from these facilities, despite being, them being available within the various universities that they study in. And then the digital skills, understanding, we found out that it varies, as I had mentioned earlier. 43 at basic, 24 very good, 23 good, 8% consider themselves experts, and 2% have no understanding of digital skills. And then only 22% of respondents have business knowledge. 78 lack practical business knowledge that they would apply in their businesses. And the top training priorities, as I had mentioned. So the recommendations that we are making from this study, of course, is this need to integrate digital innovation and entrepreneurship. Here we are saying that there's need to link digital skills with entrepreneurship skills, not to treat them as separate entities. If we can combine them, maybe we would have more outcomes instead of, in terms of students who are starting their own innovations and so on. We need also to strengthen university support systems. And here we are saying, even in universities where we have hubs and other facilities, how then can we make sure that students are receiving more support from these hubs? And then they provide targeted training in business skilling, in business skills, and I think I've already spoken about that. And then we need to ensure the training content is tailored to the specific challenges and contexts of the young innovators, and this speaks to us who are going to be, skilling the innovators in the next few days as we start the challenge. And then facilitate stronger ecosystem collaboration, and this would be answering to the need for networking, fundraising, and so on. And then explore and provide access to funding and investment opportunities for these young people. Because one of the reasons they say they do not have businesses in place is because they lack funding. Yeah? So access to funding would also be an enabler for them. So that is it from me. I don't know whether, Ben, you'd like to add something? No? All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. So some quick reactions and comments. Any? What stood out for you? Yes, sir. Please tell us your name. Where's the other microphone? You had to. Please tell us your name, where you're coming from, and your comment. As he does that, I want you to think about what insight stood out for you. Okay, is there an insight that stood out for you in terms of the findings that have been presented? Is there a question that you have? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Zephania Shaidi, and I'm from East African Business Council. Thank you for good presentation. I'm just curious to know, you've said 48% of the businesses, they apply digital technology, and 47% they have skills for, they have right skills for digital. I just wanted to know at what level. Is it just at the level of sending emails, using emails and social media, or is it full automation in their businesses, or at least using system like CRM and EPR? And I wanted to know, most of these 48%, they are coming from which sectors? There's a place you said 39% of agriculture. I'm not sure if most of these respondents are coming from agriculture, and I'm curious to know if in the agriculture sector, most of them, they are applying digital technology, or 48%, most of them, they are coming from agriculture sector. Thank you.
Okay, just before you answer, my tech team, please put for me the Mentimeter. If you go back to the same Mentimeter, I've asked you to put your question or your comment, even as our Daktari here answers that question.
Thank you. The innovators say that they are using various technologies within their businesses. For example, there are those that are using platforms to be able to sell their products. That would be like online markets. There are those that are utilizing payment systems. You know, I would give a big example of Kenya, where they've said that they've incorporated e-payment payments into their businesses. So it was a varied response in terms of the different digital skills that they are using in their businesses. Of course, informed by the nature of the business that they are in. Of course, being that most of them are students, they would lean more towards, e-services, where they are able to be to launch very quickly without necessarily requiring a lot of capital. Yeah, but there are those that they say that they have businesses, but they've not been able to incorporate much use of digital infrastructure because of the costs that are involved. So when you talk about then digital use, we are talking about either selling products that are digitally provided or services that are digitally provided, or even if you had an existing business before, then being able to embed digital technologies in your business or in the service provision. So they gave a wide range of the use of technology within the businesses. The last question was about the sectors. Yeah, so most of them say that they are in the agricultural sector. And when they talk about being in the agricultural sector, there are those that are providing technology solutions to farmers, like what Prof was saying here earlier, detection of, what do you call them, diseases and so on. There are those that are offering digital services like ordering farm inputs online and being able to deliver. So most of them plug in at the digital side of things in the agricultural sector. Yeah.
All right, so are you seeing some of the things that are standing out? 9% receive support from their university. From the assessment, goal is to train on employability. What stood out for me is there's a big need to link digital skills to entrepreneurship. And I think, Daktari, there's a question here that says, why is there a huge percentage who don't own their own businesses? Are they perhaps employed? I think that's a good question. And what is the idea around ideation? Is it that the main challenge is for them to move from ideation to prototype, or is it a lack of knowledge? I think maybe you respond to those two as we look at the other comments.
Okay, so I can start with what is the cause of the huge percentage of 70% that don't own businesses. And in my presentation earlier, I tried to link that to another response in terms of the stages of innovation that these entrepreneurs are. Remember that our respondents were mainly university students. So most of them, while being spending most of their time studying, are also thinking about starting their own businesses. So when they talk about 70%, more or less, I think it was 23% that said have active businesses. Those that have gone, those are those that have gone beyond ideation, prototype, and actually are in the market actively selling either products or services. However, we can also attribute the 70% who do not have businesses to those that are still at ideation stage. I'm thinking about starting a business, but at this point, it is not an actual business, it's actually an idea that I'm probably toying with. Is it viable or not viable? And in the Innovators Sprinter program, we are thinking now these are the ones that mainly we are going to work with, so that now we can move them from ideation to having a prototype and perhaps even being able to launch a business. I hope that responds to that. And then there's also the other question of 62%.
Yeah, 62%. Why haven't they been able to move from ideation to prototype? What's that hurdle?
Okay, I don't think there's the first part of the question, which is calm down. What are the areas of the idea? We did not go deep to ask them, what is your idea in? We just asked them, at what stage are you? So they said that they are thinking about what? Starting businesses. I cannot confidently say that their businesses are in this area or that, because we did not ask them that. And then, the main challenge to proceed to prototype. I mean, I think this is anyone's guess in the room, yeah? We second guess ourselves a lot, right? Even myself, if you ask me, for the many years that I have lived, how many ideas I've had, if I'd rolled them out, I think I would be flying all over the place, because the ideas were here, but I really never got to bring them to prototype. And that is why we are here, essentially, to push them to move from ideas to actual businesses. So I think when I see so many ideas, I almost spoke Kiswahili, but I remember this is a East Africa community, but I will still say it. So many ideas, kazi kwetu, yeah? To move those ideas to what? Actual businesses, yeah. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. You have one more question. Ben goes first. Okay, all right. Let's make it quick.
Okay, thank you.
If you could project the slides.
The slides or the Mentimeter?
Yeah, that's what I want to comment.
Okay,
Slides.
the Mentimeter. All right, let's project the Mentimeter. Thank you. Ben?
Yeah, thank you. Bernadette, I accepted that I will support Bernadette. Now this is where I'm coming in.
Okay.
From the study, actually from the early setting of the terms of reference, we wanted to get these controversies as we are seeing. Why is it hard to move from idea to prototype production? Allow me to say that it's obvious. We are looking for digital skills. We are looking for digital innovation. And we are looking for someone to reach the level, indeed, of innovation, thinking, ideation, testing it, prototyping it, and have it as a product. So this is what is going on. We don't have enough lab space to test the digital idea to reach the ideation up to the level of commercialization, even getting a small product. This is the risk we are in, and we are calling for support. The idea, when it is digital, and you are taking it to prototype, and you send it to China for printing, and it comes back. If you are lucky, it comes back after 1 year. If you are unlucky, it doesn't come back, it comes back in another name. We have smart Ugari cooker, it's around here. We did the research on it, our scholars worked on it in detail. Let me tell you, I didn't reach the level of doing the suspan, but someone had an idea. Because of lack of the materials and that whole ecosystem of supporting the cycle, limited, some ideas either die or some ideas are taken away. I don't call them to be stolen. They are just taken away. They slip away from your hands. That's where we started now about looking for the policy, intellectual property, technology transfer, but we are still calling for support of having the whole ecosystem from ideation to production. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. Please
For
introduce
me,
yourself first.
what is most outstanding, and I think it is a powerful message to Inter-University Council and the universities, is that only 9% have received support from their universities. Why that is important is that universities losing big, because most universities do not have programs that can tap on innovations that are coming out of final year students. And what happens is that these students, they go out, they establish their companies. Some of the companies become very, very successful without ever referring to the universities where they got these projects. And therefore the call is to sensitize universities through the Inter-University Council of East Africa that they're losing big, and therefore it is worth to invest in programs that can tap on these innovations before the students leave. Because with that, then the students and the entrepreneurs link back to the universities in one way or the other, including aspect of revenue sharing, depending on which policies are available within those universities. Thank you.
Yes, and very good point, because if you remember Dr. Harry's presentation, there was what percentage of you can connect your degree or your study back to your business. And there were far fewer students who could do that, and a majority of the students could not connect what they studied to what they are doing or even to the innovation that they are currently running. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our presenter. Thank you so much, Dr. Bernadette, for that presentation and for that research. It's given us good insights, it's given us good ideas, and I think it has really set the stage for our keynote address. And I'm not saying that Professor has nothing to say, but I think the stage has been set for you to really push the envelope and take us to a very, very high level of thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to invite Professor Idris A. Rai to the stage. He is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council of East Africa, has been the ACU ambassador for the last 5 years, and is a honorary treasurer and member and a council member in the Sustainable Development Goals and Strategic Visions. I think there's a show on TV that says, "My guest needs no introduction," you know, and it sort of speaks to the kind of things that the gentleman has been doing. Did you know that he has actually just come from attending the, what is this thing called? He has just come from attending a ministerial meeting and conference where the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Education was present, Dr. Beatrice Muganda was present, and he was sharing what the Inter-University Council of East Africa is doing to enhance research and to strengthen innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Professor Idris.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I heard someone saying protocols observed, but we work in a governmental institutions. So politics is a way of working. So I'd like to recognize specifically GIZ coordinator, D-Skills coordinator, David, and all representatives of the organizations mentioned down here. When I came here, I was asked, which activity are you attending? I said, D-Skills. And the guy looked at the list and said, "There's no D-Skills. Is it ASSEK?" I said, "What is ASSEK?" I said, "No, it's ASSEK. Let's go." So I appreciate the presence of ASSEK. E for Impact, how do you pronounce this one? ACLIS, Wings, Black and Takes, Star Hub, The Next Hub, and Connector. and I'm honored to be here. I have a few disappointments. The one disappointment, I don't have a keynote address. So sorry, the MC, for the introduction. And I was telling Ben, how can I give a keynote in a day? Notice. I can't, it's difficult. But he told me, yeah, you can. You know, it doesn't have to be a keynote. I said, no, I can't. Especially in an area that, you know, you are the experts. I'm not an expert in innovations and these skills and stuff like that. I mean, digital skills, so to say. That's one. Two, a keynote is supposed to set a stage for what follows. It's coming and warming up, touching all aspects of the event. And that's why it's often the first one. It was supposed to be the first one, right? As a presentation. Often in an event, it starts with the keynote, or maybe sub-keynotes within that particular activity. Hence, you set a stage. You know, people don't, hawakufilisi. How do you say hawakufilisi in Swahili? Kufilisika. They don't bankrupt you with ideas. So the keynote doesn't come when ideas have already been displayed. They said, okay, but we've heard about this. No. So that also wasn't possible because I wanted to be here on time. And the first person to take me home dodged after 15 minutes. The other one took me to the other Radisson Blu. So I told Ben, I think you have to start. So those are two disappointments. So what I wanted to share with you is basically, given the short notice I was given to give this keynote, is to share with my experiences, university experience, personal experience. And I would believe that will reflect an average university in the region. I believe. And I think most of what I wanted to say has been said in the findings, so I'll repeat that. So it's not going to really be a keynote. So I was a vice chancellor before, from 2011 to 2019, 2 terms at the State University of Zanzibar. So when I went to the university, it was pretty much like education-based university, only teaching education programs. We only had computer science as another non-education program. And I had a serious task of restructuring the university. There's a huge demand of expanding the programs to that university. And having a background on IT-related disciplines, I have my undergraduate in electronics engineering, master's communication systems, and PhD in network and computer science. And then I did postdoc in computer networks. So I have got some foundation. And to me, IT, digital skills, digitalization was at my heart. And always I was accused to favor those kind of disciplines. Well, for good reasons, because I think as everybody's saying, these digital skills are important for the youth, for the employability, for business, for entrepreneurship, and now it's linked directly with these findings in business creation. So we restructured the university, and at that time I said we should create a School of Computing, Communications, and Media. Within it, we should have a Center for Computing Innovations. And the other thing, one of the visions of the vision of the university, one of the pillars of the vision of the university is to create self-employable graduates. And with that, entrepreneurship was key. So within the plans, we said everybody in this university must learn a course on entrepreneurship. That was the plan. That was the plan. Did I realize it? I said no. And that's some of the challenges. That was 2011, 2012 when we had the restructuring plan, right? But some of the challenges of our institutions is bureaucracy, lack of resources. And sometimes with new ideas, it's difficult to change the mindset of the people around, to convince them on the contemporary or better direction to take. So the first question I asked myself, do universities have a role? Do universities have a role on innovation? As part of the title, I think it was the role of universities on innovation and these digital skills. The first question, do universities have a role to play on innovations? Equally, the question is, do universities have a role to play in developing digital skills for the youth? I think the second question is obvious. And I think universities have been very active. There's no university in the region, elsewhere in the world, which does not have either standalone academic programs on IT-related disciplines. I think all universities in the region, I would say, it's compulsory for students to take some basic IT courses, to get some basic skills on IT. And while I was in that meeting organized by Commission for University Education that MC mentioned about, there's one university stood out among all others. I think Jemaragi Odinga, if I got it right. Everybody in that school, whatever they study, even if it's literature, even if it's history, you must take a large component of IT. I think Kenyans, you're aware of this, right? Those who are from Kenya. If you're not aware of it, that is unique. There are other universities that have similar ideas coming up. I have one example of a university whereby everybody, it's recent, it started 2024, everybody must learn AI-related disciplines within that. So our universities have been doing a lot in terms of developing digital skills for the youth, for the graduates. Is it adequate? Is it quality training? Is it up to date? Is it responsive to the needs? Those are the questions that we really need to go deeper. A keynote will require data, right? Compare the status quo and compare between the region and others. So a day notice, you don't have data. That's why I said, let me focus with what I have. So let's come to the first question. And this is a bit ambiguous question and difficult question to answer. What is the role of a university towards innovation? The answer depends on where you've been asked, when and where you are asking that question. When I started as a vice chancellor in the State University of Zanzibar, it was known among the vice chancellors that university has three main core functions. What are they? Teaching, research, and? Okay, extension, but what is it exactly that they, how do they? Community engagement and consultancy. I could bet you, if I had time, I would look at, the visions and the mission strategic plan of all universities in the region and see which ones put as a core function as innovation and technology transfer. I bet you. Who that presented those findings? I bet you should have a look at the strategic plan and the mission and the visions of institutions. Is there an element of innovation and technology transfer? I can bet you won't get more than 1%. Here. Go to Germany, you will get at least 80%. We were there in Germany in November, David, and we visited a number of institutions, and we visited some of these centers, specific centers, developed to spearhead and implement and spur entrepreneurship and innovation within the university, in a real sense, really. I mean, students were developing products that have direct impact to the community. One example that is very popular is to remove that component of a beer that gives you a hangover. Is it hangover you call it? So when you drink a lot of beer, yeah, you get, I've never drank by though, but I think you get lost. Something happens to your head. Something terrible, I think. So those guys did research to remove that component. Those students. And we visited at Berlin, I think it was Berlin. There's the Berlin Alliance or something like that, Academic Alliance. We visited their center. Students were there. They're doing practical research, but they are students. So whereas here, until today, if I ask you, and the data, that's why I said this presentation should have come earlier. The data shows only 9% of students have support from the university. I'm not surprised. I was telling David, I'm actually surprised that it's 9%. I'm actually surprised that it's 9%. We are doing very well. Yes, right? So it's not as shocking that, we're at the level we're in. In fact, it's not bad. So over the last decade is when now the idea of innovation, technology transfer takes shape within the universities in the region, through projects in particular. I was looking at the data now. I said in 2012, 2013, we had within our restructuring establishment of Center for Technological, for Computing Innovations. That center was established, I think, last year through a project. because of lack of funding. One, I think primarily lack of funding. A course on entrepreneurship and IT innovations was there since it was developed when I was there. My goal was that this course, an entrepreneurship course, just like other courses in Tanzania, there's development studies. Everybody takes that course. I wanted that course to be taken by everybody. At least we had entrepreneurship and IT innovation for IT students. And that course is still ongoing. We had an attempt of putting students with entrepreneurial mind. But again, the capacity was not there, particularly academic staff. They do not have, ideally, our staff, don't have entrepreneurial skills. They don't have business by themselves. Well, where I came from, there was a group of young people from computing. They developed a company, and the company is still there. So they had some little ideas on how to develop a company. But to large extent, if you look at across the board in all universities, academic staff are not practically doing business. And that's why people rightly ask, and somebody here asked today, is it really the role of university to do innovation and technology transfer, to build businesses? So this question, whether university has a role or not, it depends on when, where, and who you're asking. Is it a core function? And how can it really complement with the other core functions? How much resources should you put into, because you can't avoid university with teaching and research, right? And community outreach, being relevant within the community the university is. By being relevant, then you can expand, you call extension, whereby you have, depending what your community is. And that's another challenge we have. In Germany, as an example, what is a community surrounding universities? I would say largely industry. It's industry. And Berlin, I think, if you take Berlin, I think we are biasing because it's one of the largest innovative, most innovative city in the world. It's known with data. So we are biased here talking because, of course, you can't compare our region, our status quo to some of the best. But again, the communities there is knowledge-based society that has innovative culture, industry, and that develops solutions on a daily basis for the world. For the world. Not only for the Germans, but for the world. What about our communities here? Can we say the same for our communities? Yesterday there was a professor who said somewhere there are 6,000, I don't know, 600,000 industries. But how many industries do we have if we take that as our community? Because community is broad. Community engagement is fine. It's like whatever you do, it should respond to the needs of the community. Now the community could be an industry. So how much of our community is an industry? How much? I think people who are doing innovation, ASSEK, you can tell. And I think that varies a lot from one partner state to another partner state within the East African community. Kenya leading, I could say, but it's still not enough. But Kenya's leading. Go to Burundi, I don't know, but I wouldn't say much. I would say there's very little. Go to DRC, the same thing. My friend from Juba, from South Sudan, pretty much. No, you are there as well. Oh, you know, I was talking to this guy here. I didn't know, so we have more than one. But again, I would guess, given one of the youngest countries in the world, systems are just being built. Is there a lot of industry? There is a community for which universities should respond to technology transfer. I would argue not. The same thing for Somalia. A country still being stabilizing itself and getting it on its feet. We don't even a commission for higher education is not there. Do we think we'll have that industry, that will collaborate with university for technology transfer? Probably not, right? So notwithstanding, and I think with what university is doing, there is a role for university to engage, to do innovations, to engage with the industry, to developing new solutions, to develop businesses through its graduates. There is a role. And why is that important? That is very important because of non-employability problem. if we let students having employed, the mindset of just being employed today, I think we are doing mistakes. Because how many people are being employed? Are there jobs for everybody? There's expansion of higher education largely, I think, in the past 2 decades. There's a huge expansion of higher education. If you look at universities in Kenya, for example, you can tell probably over 60% of them were developed in the last 20 years. The university I'm talking about was established in 2001. And this is an average. The privatization of the universities, public, being private, in Tanzania, for example, was done in late 1990s. And majority of universities are private universities, sorry. So most of the universities are just, again, new universities coming up. Right? New universities coming up. So it is difficult, therefore, to expect that these universities will have everything already required for innovation and entrepreneurship, for innovations in particular. The best they could do, and they can do, is to instill entrepreneurial mind to students. Because this is easy, just academic, largely academic. Largely academic. So what universities need to do to contribute to the innovation ecosystem. And I think with this, we can do a good analysis of where we are. One is they have to do research and development. Universities have to conduct cutting-edge research that directly reflects to the needs of the community, that including the industry. How much of it are we doing? If you look at the data globally, Africa is a continent that contributes the least in terms of research contribution. If you go to the impact of research, I think we will see a lot more comparing to other continents. So East Africa being part of the continent, we are there. We are there. The other one is promoting and fostering entrepreneurship and startups. Many universities, or universities are supposed to have incubators, accelerators to support students and faculty startups. How many universities have that? Well, it depends. I think if you look at Nairobi, I think many universities will have. Is that right? Strathmore will have, USIU will have, I think University of Nairobi will have, JKUAT will have. If they don't have, I'll be surprised. But I'm sure they do. But go to other places, in other countries, as I said earlier. Go to Somalia. Go to South Sudan. Go to Tanzania. Many universities don't have. Universities must collaborate with industry as a community, as I said earlier. I think one of the things that we, again, don't do well, we haven't done much, is for universities engaged in industry collaboration. And with that, I should tell you that we are developing a strategy at the moment at ASSEK to guide institutions to develop a sustainable collaborations with industry. We are doing that right now. And at one point, we wanted to get some feedback from different stakeholders. We had some questionnaire. And we're still sourcing from data. If you have a company, like an industry, let us know. We can share you the form so that you can fill in. We want to know the status quo and what you expect from that collaboration. But again, we don't do it. And I think we shouldn't blame universities for not having close collaboration with industries here. The question is, which industry? Where is that industry? That's the question. I'm not saying it's not there. It is there, but in a very small amount. Evelyn, you know a lot of industrial people around. You've met them last time. But those are very small comparing to thousands of universities we have, hundreds of, if not millions, of graduates that we have. Right? And the other one is having innovation hubs and centers. I could say this is the thing that many universities are doing right now. I was looking online. I said, my university I was vice chancellor for, they started an innovation hub recently on computing. But again, you'll see from that project, there are a number of universities also. You know, it was like the project of developing innovation hubs. Right? It's a project. So based on the project. Not a project, it's not in the priority. The priority is first teaching, even research, as I said. And the other one is curriculum and education. embedding entrepreneurship in everything that we teach. Embedding innovation mindset in everything that we teach. I think universities can do this. For why? One is to directly respond to the community, but to give skills to the students. You know, the mindset of developing their own business, entrepreneurial mindset, so that they will be able to employ others instead of sitting down and expecting to be employed, as has been traditionally. And I think we have that role as a university. And that is attached to innovation and entrepreneurship, and even digital skills. That we have a role at the universities right now to prepare students for self-employment. And I think that should be one of the main objectives of any university right now. There's a serious problems everywhere, for example, on the relevance of a university. That discussion is going on globally. USA, they said, I think those who approve the university is relevant. There's a study that was done about within the 2 years ago. Is decreasing. It was 57%. Now it's like 43%. Is there a value for money within university education? And there's another study that says about more than 50% of graduates were underemployed for the first year. By underemployed, you finish with your degree in business administration, but then you go and drive Uber, or you do Airbnb business, or you do dishwashing, whatever that means. You're underemployed, that you're not working on what you have paid for. But then over 50% of them, they will remain underemployed for the next decade. That is a problem. That is a problem. So to keep the relevance of a university, it's inevitable. The universities now focus on developing entrepreneurial mindset for students. So that when they come out, they don't expect only to be employed, but they will take risk and do whatever it takes, and they have the skills and knowledge to try to develop their own businesses, which is not an easy task. I think you all know it's not an easy task. It requires stamina. It requires perseverance. It requires skills. I mean, risk-taking and so on and so forth. I think so students should come out being able to take risk and venture into businesses. And I think the platform is huge. We have a lot of challenges in this community. I think Africa, if you look in terms of if innovation solve community problems, if innovation that we can develop within, it has a lot of problems to solve. Is that clear? I mean, in other parts of the world, you'll feel like there's no problem. People don't have problem, and everything is okay. Yeah, if road system works perfectly, if digitalization and automation is perfect, right? Everything else, even schedule goes on time, everything is perfect. But what works in our region? What is it working? What about our roads? What about our transportation, airline transportation? Anything? What about education? What about health? What about agriculture? Everything, everywhere requires innovations. Everywhere requires innovation. So not only we have a role, but I think there are a lot of opportunities. What we require, I think, and I appreciate here GIZ, in concluding, we require partnership. We require partnership with the people who have more knowledge, more experience, right? And with resources, because one of the setbacks is resources, guys. You don't keep a graduate, say, okay, you start your startup here for 2 years, or he needs to eat. Where do you get that initial funding for him? Are banks ready to do that? Are industry-based? So if we have partners like this, at least to create awareness, build capacity. Build capacity. And by building capacity, what we do with these skills is good. It's good, but I think it's a good starting point. There's a lot to be done. And being biased from where I come from universities, I believe if we build capacity at the universities, and we build guiding principles, and these are accepted and bought in within the universities, to create programs particularly focusing on building entrepreneurial and innovative mindset. And I think that's important. That's going to live together. In a way, we need to change the mindset and culture within our academic institutions. Once we are able to do that for the next many years, you know, kids will go there, they will get that knowledge. They will get that knowledge, and possibly we'll be able to transform all our region, all our countries through innovations in higher education systems. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. That's a very, very good presentation and a challenge. And for me, the challenge that really stood out was it's urgent and it's needed and it's time for academia to understand the communities that are around them and to respond to those communities. Otherwise, to look for innovation that is outside of the community will actually lead to less relevance of these academic institutions. And so, thank you very much for those remarks, and thank you very much for making the time, even with the short notice. Really appreciate. And I think they were probably just saying, he's a professor. He can just do it off the cuff. Yeah? Yeah. And you guys will have been careful. You know, when you give a professor a short notice, he can show up with a cat. And it can be a pop quiz. So, and he did. He has shown up with a challenge. So if you're in the university, if you're in academia, and indeed even if you are in innovation, innovation is irrelevant if it is not solving problems that are within the community that is around you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding on with our program, and I'd like to update us just in terms of timelines. We are running a little behind schedule, and so in terms of just our timelines, how are your stomachs feeling? Because I'd like to request that we take our tea break after the next two activities. The first activity we are doing now is our panel discussion, and then after that we are going to come to hear from David on our roadmap on the Sprinter program, and we'll launch the program. And then we'll take our tea break after the launch of the program. How does that sound? Sounds okay or sounds bad? Yeah, they're responding digitally, and I'm receiving the signals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do our panel. So let me ask our technical team to help me put the chairs in front. As I invite Mika Shako from Savo Labs, who's going to be our moderator, to join me here. So let's put our chairs, technical team. Technical team, we will need 6 chairs on stage. Okay, so Mika Shako, please join me. He's our moderator today and works with Savo Labs. In our panel, we are going to be talking about strengthening the role of private sector to drive innovation and research. I'm going to, so we do have their photos there on the screen. So as they come in, our moderator is going to do that. Micah, I'm going to give you the very difficult task of keeping this within 25 minutes. Yes. Sorry? Yeah, I've cut you by half. I think that's how Twitter developed. Yeah, people used to talk a lot, and then somebody said 160 characters of fame. All right? And what I know is that this amazing panel is one day going to put entrepreneurs through a pitch competition. Right? And those entrepreneurs are going to be asked to make their case in 7 minutes. And entrepreneurs do it, right? Yeah, so it's time for us to revenge. Yeah. Okay. Is the banner also speaking in the panel? All right. We need 2 more chairs. No, we are okay. All right. So let me invite John Matogo from IBM East Africa to join us on stage. Yeah, IBM, innovation, the I in IBM is for innovation, right? Zephania Shaidi from the East Africa Business Council. Harriet Kariuki from the Equity Group Foundation. Okay. Timothy Gashusha from Power to Learn Project. Irene Githinji from Microsoft. No. Okay. All right. So Micah, it seems like 25 minutes is going to be more than enough. Try and hit the key points. All right, very good. This is your moment of X fame.
Thank you, Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Professor Idris, thank you very much. I recognize and appreciate the presentation. David from GIZ, thank you for this great initiative. To our hosts, David of E4 Impact and Mercy from ASSEK, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So my name is Mika Nyawade Shako. I have the privilege of running a boutique center for social innovation known as Savo Labs, where we help organizations design, implement, and assess projects within this East African region. And this is a particularly exciting session for me. And today I have the privilege of having great guests who, in terms of the conversation as has been framed, will try and address this key initiative here, this topic around strengthening the role of private sector to drive innovation research for industry. There's a gentleman called Alfred North Whitehead, who said universities create the future, right? And when he was saying this, he meant it in two aspects. That number one, they educate the people who the future belong to, which is the young people, right, mostly. And then secondly, it is out of these universities that we expect to have innovation that impacts, right, what the future would look like or what the future would depend on, right? And I think key for this is that industry-university collaboration. So I think today I have a very distinguished panel here. Apologies, two of the people who are expecting, Harriet and Irene, were unable to make it. But I think we will cover a lot of the things that we need to cover today. So I'll give each of my panelists a moment to just introduce themselves, name, organization, and what you do within that organization relevant to our conversation today. I'll start with you, John, please.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. As was mentioned earlier, so all protocols observed. My name is John Matogo. I lead corporate social investment programs for IBM in the Africa and Middle East region. The I in IBM is not for innovation, but innovation is really at the heart of what we do as a company. The reason why I say this is because on Sunday we'll be celebrating our 113th birthday as a business. And in this space of technology, you need to continuously transform and innovate to remain relevant. So, we've seen companies come and go in this space, and for IBM to be there for this period of time, it's just you really have to be innovating. And innovating is really building the value in technology invention. So we have been at the forefront of technology invention over the 100-year plus period, but then how to turn that into business value. So we are a business-to-business company. What we do is sell our technologies to other companies for them to realize their vision. So I always say in the course of your day, you've interacted with IBM several times. You pick up your phone, do a transaction on mobile money, you do a bank transaction, you've hit an IBM system at some point in the course of your day. In terms of academic collaboration, this is something that we've been doing since the 1940s. So the first computer system, the Mark I, that was an innovation between IBM and some of our academic partners in the US. And this is something that traditionally and going forward we'll continue working very closely. And as we continue with the discussion today, I will share a few more pointers on how we do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Once again, I'm Zephaniah Shaidi. I'm heading the Department of Membership and Business Development at East African Business Council. We are the heart of the private sector. We represent the interest of the private sector, and we connect private sector with other stakeholders like academia. And innovation has been part of our DNA since we are representing the private sector. So we've been working with the Inter-University Council and other development partners like GIZ for so long on this area of APP, academic, public, and private sector partnership. So we are keen on innovation, on the collaboration with the academia. And yeah, I'll share more insights as we move on. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right, turn to your neighbor and say good morning. All right, okay. At least we are alive in the week. So my name is Timothy Gashusha. I work with an entity called Powerland Project. Not Power to Learn, it had been written Power to Learn, but yeah, we are enabling people to be able to learn. So Powerland Project is an impact organization. We started our work here in Kenya, and we have now grown to Tanzania, Nigeria, South Africa, and Zambia. And we also are serving other young people across the continent in about 33 countries. Our core work is exactly this, to be able to build digital skills capacity for young people across the continent. But we go a bit deeper and do it in the form of now getting young people into software development skills, into coding, into AI, cybersecurity, cloud computing. The core intent is to get young people churned out as entrepreneurs, as tech-enabled pipeline. So we do a lot of lensing with academia, with industry in terms of now how do we transition these young people from just being skilled to actually being either employed or to launch their own enterprises. And we have been in existence for about 2 years. This is our 3rd year of operation with current footprint of about 5,000 young people who've graduated from our program and about 13,000 who are currently in cohorts, 2 cohorts for this year. So I look forward to share more about what we do. Yeah.
Thank you, panelists. Great. So whenever most of these digital skills conversations are being had, they're always being approached from 3 sides, right? The supply side, the demand side, and joining those two, the intermediation. So I think I'll start with John here so that he can represent our demand side of things. So John, your organization you've mentioned has a long history of collaborating with academic institutions, whether for research or again, you rely a lot on talent coming out of these institutions. I'm keen to hear maybe what your opinion has been around what makes such a collaboration successful and what opportunities exist for academia and industry to build stronger collaborations.
Yeah, thanks, Shako. So, yeah, as you rightfully said, we are on, we can say, playing on 2 sides. So one on the being a business, a company that is employing and looking for talent, to make sure that our innovation engine is, always, working at full capacity. We're always, sourcing this from the market. But then the other thing you realize is that, the academic system or the way the academic program works is that, for any additions or any modifications or updates onto the curriculum, it takes a bit of time, right? You've got to go through a process for you to do that. But the business changes very fast. You need to, bring in new technologies into the market fairly quickly. By the time that translates into the curriculum, a lot of time has changed. So what we did is take a more active approach in terms of working with academia. So we collaborate directly with our university partners, and what we do is to sort of catalyze this relationship is to make available our technologies, make available expertise from the company to work closely with faculty and students. So through this collaboration, what we do is at no charge make available, what we sell commercially, the ecosystem. We give this to our academic collaborators for them to utilize in the academic process. What Professor Idris was mentioning, as they do their teaching, their research, and so on, universities, faculty members, and students can utilize these resources for that function. And by doing so, the students and faculty are utilizing, the latest in terms of what's available in the market. So that's a win for them. For the business ecosystem, when these individuals, like the students, graduate and leave the university, then they have hands-on experience and use of this technology. So they are, ready to, let's say, join the markets and become productive from day one. So that's a win-win from that side. But then also for let's say the ecosystem, you then have individuals that are ready to join, whether it's the companies, ready from day one. So I think from this kind of model, we have all the different groups, benefiting and utilizing these technologies.
Thank you, John. Zephania, let me come to you now. You sit at that sweet spot of connecting businesses to what they need, right? I think if you could just share, obviously digitization has become a very important thing for organizations as they try to find that competitive advantage, right? In your interaction with businesses in the region, what are you hearing to be the immediate needs on digitization, and especially around skills, right, and the human capital side of things? And what have you heard is their experience been in terms of finding this talent that they need?
Thank you, moderator. Yes, it's true. Recently, most of our members, business companies, they are prioritizing digitalization. But one of the most needs, it was on the skills development for employees. Most of the employees, you see, we still have the generation before 90s, the generation Z and Y. So you find most of employees, they are still struggling to adapt with the evolving need of the digital technology. So there's a lot of need for skills development for employees, especially those whom were born before the technology, comparing to the current generation Alpha. They are more conversant because they were born during the digital era. So there's still a lot of requirement for industries and employees in terms of keeping up them to the speed of the evolving of the technology. We have seen in a few years ago, we didn't have ChatGPT and so on, but now we have it. So these technologies, they evolve so fast. We need we really need, our members really need the skills development, continuous training, continuous capacity building for employees. The second one is on automation and digitalization of our operation. Most of our members, as I interact with them, they really require the need to make their processes, to automate their processes or digitalizing their processes. Even from our side as EABC, we are now currently working with the local company in Kenya called Tectona, and I've seen Donald is over there. We are working together on operationalizing our daily operations. Everything we are doing, we want to put it taking advantage of digital technology. So coming up with the systems that will digitalize our operations. So that is the second need for most of the companies. Most of even SMEs, they want to use the CRMs and other system to make their work more competitive. And lastly, most of the companies need to make data-driven decisions. So using analytical tools. So that is one of the most of the requirement from our members. They want to make decision not based on facts, so they want to take advantage of using digital analysis tools, which will make them to make an informed decision based on the data. And on the part of the experience, one of the notable experience was on the challenge of transforming, like changing, adapting new ways. That has been a real challenge. Even I want to give example, in 2019 we purchased one of the CRM at our office, but it has become a real challenge, especially for the generation Y and Z, to adapt to new ways. You see, you have a CRM, but every time you write down, you have your notebook, you just want to write down, while you have the system where you can put your notes and it can remind you that there's this task, there's this task. But you see, most of people, even among ourselves, we can evaluate ourselves. You see, everyone is working with a notebook, but you can have a CRM which gives you notification even on your phone. So transforming, changing that culture from paperwork to adapting to digital technology, it has been a challenging experience that most of them, they've been facing. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Zephaniah. Tim, let me come to you now. You've heard from John in terms of what they're doing on the demand side. Zephaniah here has tried to give us a basis around what the experience is out there in terms of connecting these two people. I think from your side, where you're part of the team that is involved in imparting such skills to young people, right? Please maybe elaborate on how you're approaching that important aspect of giving them the right skills that will facilitate their quick transition into employment or to find value directly with what some of the industry people are needing from beneficiaries of programs like yourself and DigiSkills. Yeah.
Thanks. I think first, at the very apex, at continental level, we have a great strategy, the AU Digital Strategy for Africa, 2020-2030 strategy. And the work of that strategy was really to embed how can you quickly have the Africa position for the fourth industrial revolution. And now we are even moving much faster, and perhaps in maybe by next year or a few years, we'll be hearing about the fifth industrial revolution. So I think we've come from a point where the first, second, and third industrial revolutions, Africa was not able to play at an equal playing field with the rest of the world. But with this new space of technology, we are positioned in a way to be able to quickly leapfrog the gaps that have been there by enabling a critical mass of people in the continent, human capital, to be able to, one, have the skills, and two, deploy those skills into industry to accelerate innovations, accelerate transformation of the continent. From a lens of how do you catalyze these skills into the job market, I think two key things are very, very critical. One, the first key thing is to have adaptable curriculums. Conventionally, the university framework has been, you're doing your 4-year degree, and you have to do the 4-year degree for you to get that certificate and then be placed into the industry. We are flipping that model by programs like this, where we're looking at how do you have a flipped classroom model, have rapid industry alignment with the flexibility of a curricula that is able to adapt to the agility of the market. So, for example, what we do at Powerland Project is we do curriculum reviews with industry stakeholders. After every 5 months, we do a curriculum review. So we invite Microsoft, IBMs, we haven't invited IBM yet, but we invite different stakeholders, Safaricom and the like, because we're based off of Kenya, but we also have a program across the continent. And we do a quick review of where is the in-demand areas that the industry is looking at. What are these role-based skills that are required by the industry now?
right now a lot of the conversations around AI, how do you have then a quick turnaround of getting people to be skilled into these deep tech skills so that they're better positioned to adapt into the market? And what I like about digital skills or technology skills in general is that it's perhaps one of the only few skills that you require to be globally competitive. If I am a lawyer and I'm practicing here in Kenya, if I need to go to the UK, I have to have a whole other framework before I can be able to practice in the UK. If I'm a doctor, same model. Even our nurses who come here from Kenya to go to other countries, they have to go through some other programs. But with tech, this is the beauty of it is that you can actually work for any industry, any country, any company across the world. So what we've been able to do is we've been able to forge industry partnerships. So we forge these partnerships with chambers of commerce, for example, so that we are able to place this talent that is skilled. We do a program for about 4 months. So within 4 months, you're able to learn core competencies that can be able to place you into a particular role that the industry is looking at. The other key thing that we are also now doing is restructuring how do you actually enable the industry to get the skills that they're looking for. So this is more of a predictive model, and we are trying this out with Equity Bank through the Equity Leaders Program, where we are skilling about 100 young people who will be all of them will be transitioned into equity pipelines, Equity Bank pipelines, so that they're able to then enable the bank to move its digitization agenda to the next level. So I think a core role is to really continually have industry academia engagement where you have roundtables, bring together stakeholders, look at, say, IBM, what is the strategy for IBM for the next 5 years? How do we skill now a pipeline to feed into that pipeline that IBM is looking for? If right now, say, Safaricom is looking at becoming, I know Safaricom is looking at becoming a full technology company rather than just a telco. How do you have a pipeline of talent that is skilled now to enable Safaricom to align to the AI engineers that they require, to align to the blockchain technologies that they might be integrating into M-Pesa, to start thinking about how do you sense the future now. There's an interesting entity called the Presensing Institute by Otto Scharmer, and they he talks about how do we sense the future now and start innovating towards that future. So Theory U is about a curve where this is the emerging future. This is the future of work that we know about. This is the future of industry. And how do we lens into that emerging future now by having proper skilling? And this skilling is really skilling based off of unconventional models, getting into the universities, disrupting how skilling is actually done with university. I know a couple of entities like IBM have been doing faculty skilling, which is very, very critical, where you are able to reskill the academia to actually see how do you repurpose the curriculum to meet the industry priorities. I will finish with one quick example. Recently, just about a month ago, we graduated about 400 young people who we trained with Kilifi County government. And the idea for this was, how do we have a cohort, because our program has been, we deliver fully virtually. So we started a first model of a cohort where we are engaging with a specific grouping of young people in Kilifi County. And the output of it was that by the time they were graduating, which is about a month ago, we already had the top 50 placed. This was a cohort of about 400. We got the top 50 placed immediately into local corporates in Kilifi County. We also got about 50 who are now being placed into the county departments to help digitization of the county departments or the county priorities. Then we have a number about, I think about 30 who are really, really great startups, and what we're doing is that we are now supporting them to be able to be accelerated and preparing them for investment readiness, because they are pretty much early stage startups. They are innovators that are now coming out to solve challenges within their context. So that model of adaptability or flexibility of typical curriculums to look at how do you actually enable to unlock a pipeline that is ready for the market, the in-demand model. I think that's what will be able to move us from the conventional way of skilling without necessarily aligning to the industry.
Thank you, Tim. John, allow me to circle back now. I think Tim has raised an important point around the pipeline, right? And if I heard you correctly, more than 8 years of successful collaboration with academia for IBM. And again, you've done these different parts of the world, right? I wonder whether there's any best practices that stand out for you that you might want to share with us here around how that mutually beneficial pipeline can be strengthened and grown as we move towards maybe, again, someone raised a good point here. We're moving from 4th to the 5th generation. How can we be better prepared for that?
Okay, interesting question, and also opportunity for me to reflect, because I've been doing this maybe now for close to 10 years. I think in terms of what we do for the collaboration, I would say some of the things that have been instrumental in making sure that the collaborations have been effective is, alignment in terms of interests, right? I mean, everyone comes from a point of view of interest. We as a commercial company, why do we want to make this collaboration work? And then also look at it from the point of view of our partners from academia, what is the benefit that they would get from this kind of collaboration? So I think alignment on that is something that has been instrumental, like I was mentioning before. I mean, from the university perspective, I mean, most of you being from academia always get this message coming from industry that, what you are giving out or maybe are talent that is not yet ready for the market. So hearing that, we say, okay, what can we then do to try and fix that? So we, actively then reach out, let's work and collaborate with academia to make sure that you have access to the same technologies that is being used by industry commercially, so that we bridge that gap. So I think alignment on that. The other thing I would say is working with champions. So within the academic community, you identify, we call them single point of contacts, or individuals who are championing this kind of engagement. So we, working with them, then make sure that we strengthen this collaboration, identifying this common interests and ways in which that we can bridge this. So, I mean, we are through, so I'll mention from IBM. So we have the program called Skills Build, which is our flagship program for providing collaboration with academia. And through that, we provide access to all the learning on new and emerging technologies. So, colleagues have mentioned, artificial intelligence, talked about cloud computing and so on. And the reason why we do this is because, things are changing very fast. I mean, you're talking about artificial intelligence now, but even within artificial intelligence, in the last 15 months or so, generative AI is the big topic that everybody's been discussing. And even with that, what are the skills that are in demand in the industry now? And if you look at prompt engineering, this is maybe a term that was not being used until a few months ago. So this is a skill that is now in demand. Someone's talked about a tool like ChatGPT. How effective or how efficient one is able to use it is based on how you're able to prompt that tool to give you the kind of results you're looking for. So, this is a skill that now we then need to go out. And so now we have, for example, through Skills Build, you can go in there and learn about prompt engineering. So this is, one of the ways that we're doing this. The other thing we do is make access to the technology. So we talked about innovation. We talked about the students getting hands-on skills. So, we make available, technologies like IBM Cloud, and I'm sure some of the other partners also do the same thing. So the idea is that as the students are going through their academic journey, and even the faculty members, we are encouraging and promoting innovation, research, so that they're able to, without too many barriers, go ahead and put out these ideas into practice and put them out there. So I would say these are some of the things that we've been doing and it's been successful. Obviously, there have been some challenges here and there, but as we keep on improving and innovating, that has been going fairly well. The other thing I would say that has been very crucial and is yes, we can do this, university by university, but that's going to take forever. But when you look at partnerships, for example, through IUCA, you are then able to scale this. So we not just talk about one institution, but now, we are talking about tens or hundreds of institutions that then you're able to provide this value to. And then again, it's back and forth. So just to call out, this is the kind of collaboration with IUCA. We're now building on that and looking to go that across the region, and then also building on models that have worked very well. And at this point, just to mention, through a collaboration with GIZ, EABC, we've had a good collaboration with the Senate, which is the center at Nelson Mandela in Tanzania. So we're able to use this, let's say, good models or showcase of successes, and then now we're looking to do this at a much larger scale.
Thank you, John. Gentlemen, I'll give you maybe a minute each to give us your parting shot, right? Zephaniah, maybe to you, what would you like to see digital skills at East Africa do to make your life easier, right? When you go out there and interact with businesses, what would you want to see that would make that?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I think what we need as of now, and to have something which is very sustainable, we need to form a solid alliance. We need to form a solid partnership between academia, private sector, and public public sector. And this should be like a formal alliance between these three partners, and to make it sustainable, every partner should contribute to it. And it's very easy because it doesn't necessarily need a lot of funds. I think every partner can contribute. Universities can contribute by giving the students, and industry can contribute by giving a laboratory. Let's say IBM can contribute by giving some facilitation. So I think the three, if we work together and form a very solid, structured, and not something like something formal. That's what we need for now, and I think that will be sustainable even after the end of the project. That will be one of the best results from the GIZ discourse, and I think that's what we really need from them, for them to at the end of the project, to make sure that they help us to have this solid and formal partnership between the academic, public, and private sector. Yeah.
Thank you. Tim, please, your thoughts around how maybe you think private sector can help you better serve them, right, in terms of giving them the right talent.
One of the things that we are doing is, and I think it's easily adaptable, is being able to engage private sector from a point of easy entry. So a lot of companies now are putting in innovation frameworks within their organizations. So you find like NMB in Tanzania have an NMB innovation hub. You find Safaricom has its own innovation hub. So you find different partners are putting in some methodology of trying to accelerate innovation within the companies. But that lends without engaging the providers of the talent, who are the universities, who are programs like this. Then there ends up being a disconnect, because the only innovation that's happening is just within the framework of what the internal stakeholders of that company are doing. So one of the key things that is very important is to frequent things like hackathons. So coming up with innovation challenges where you tell the industry what problem are you having? For example, if it's IBM. We ask IBM, what problem are you trying to solve? what are your top 3 challenges or top 1 challenge. Then feed that into the ecosystem of the pipeline that is being scaled. Get this ecosystem to innovate around that particular challenge, then lends that back to the industry for adoption. So get teams, get the top innovators to be adopted by the entities. So I think the model of continuous interface is what would then be able to accelerate the innovation pipeline from industry and academia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very insightful 29 minutes, Chris. So I think one of the key things that have come out for me is there has to be a lot of a continuous engagement around from private sector to academia. A key thing again that has stood out for me is what John mentioned. How do we scale these things, right? And I think this collaboration with ICUEA is great. I've had the privilege recently of getting involved with something that Professor Ogada and Kenya are leading in Kenya here, called Kenya Network of Entrepreneurial Institutional Leaders. I think that is also an amazing model that maybe can be studied as part of this great initiative. But other than that, John, Zephaniah, Tim, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attentiveness. Happy for you to engage with the panelists after this session. Chris, over to you. Thank you.
Let's give them a better round of applause. Thank you very, very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have covered very good ground in setting the stage and having a conversation around what we are here about, the digital skills program. We've had an overview of the gaps that were identified. We've had a keynote from Professor Idris on the need for contextually relevant innovation for the communities. And we've had a panel that has said, we are in the industry, this is what we need. That have said, this is what we've been helping young people to develop, and this is where we are going. Ladies and gentlemen, we have no choice. We have to launch this program, and we have to launch it now. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we'll have done a disservice to every single person who has come and spoken here before, and we'll have done a disservice to the entrepreneurs who are here, eagerly waiting to see what is this thing all about. But then there's another reason why we have to launch it now. The tea is getting cold. It gives me great pleasure to invite to the stage David Cheboriot. David is our representative and lead for the Innovators Printer program, together with Fabian Gonzalez, who is also in the team representative in the digital skills training program. I'm waiting for movement. Then you can come. All right, David. David has assured me his presentation is the real Twitter. We are not giving you a mic, David, because no, there's a microphone. Yes.
Yeah. So this component, the Innovators Printer program, right? It's around training and equipping young innovators. Training and equipping young innovators and budding entrepreneurs, right? At universities across the 7 EAC. And we actually did not limit it to universities. We actually said to all institutions of higher learning. Within the EAC, right? With access to knowledge and tools to scale up those innovations. I think we said there were a lot of ideas, but they needed to be launched. So this is what the Sprint Up program is about, right? Let's go, and these are partners that are implementing it, right? So ASSEK as lead, we have E4 Impact, Aclis, Connector, Next Hub, and Sinolu Hub in Congo DRC. Those are the partners that are, let's say, implementing this. And we have, let's say, 3 work packages that are critical for this, where those innovators will benefit from. So the first one is the capacity building and training. I think when Bernadette was presenting, she indicated the areas which those innovators said they needed skills on, to be skilled on. So design thinking, business model, issues around tax and business compliance, go-to-market strategy, market validation, IP rights, I think someone spoke about that, and commercializing that research that is coming out from the universities. Investment readiness, raising funding, they indicated that, and the issues around business sustainability and financial models, or financial modeling really for raising investments. Next. Then the second work package is around mentorship and coaching. This is really critical. And on mentorship, we are bringing experts, successful entrepreneurs in those different value chains and innovations, tech innovations that the innovators have, to really mentor and show those innovators how they did it to succeed. So that's what mentorship is about. And then coaching is really the practical application of the training that we're going to provide and the business and assignments that we're going to give to those innovators. And then there is peer-to-peer networking, the coaching, and the mentorship. Then we're doing the linkages to the East Africa innovation ecosystem. We really want to link that innovation ecosystem, the 7 countries that we are working with, right? So we have innovation ecosystem exchange meetings. We have the cross-border innovation study tours. So we want to take innovators from one country to another country. I think someone spoke about the fact that certain ecosystems, like maybe Nairobi, is much more advanced than in Congo or South Sudan, for example. But we think that if we bring those innovators, they will see something different, right? So that's what the study tour is going to do. And then the regional scaling of innovations. We want these innovators to start working together and become a way in which one innovator can scale their innovation to another country, right? That will really help. So that's what we want to do on that, right? And you can see here, when we did the applications, we have actually, just to show that the need and the demand of this program, right? We got like 1,666 applications. So those are people who applied for the program. And they have innovations across these different value chains. So agri, blue economy, infrastructure, health and life sciences, space science and technology, clothing, food and beverage, and all the others. And they needed to meet that eligibility criteria, right? They needed to be resident among the 7 EAC states. They needed to be early stage innovators. They needed to be youth, right? And we defined the youth bracket. And they needed to be university students, because really, I think those findings and what we saw is that universities have to play a role in this. And so we wanted them, they are actually students, maybe final year, or have projects or innovations within the university, or recent graduate. So 2 years after they've just graduated, not more than that. So that is the target group that we are working with. Next. So with having received all those applications, we had a 3-stage screening. Administrative, to see that the applications were full, eligibility, to see that they met those criteria I told you about, and the technical screening, to really see the motivation and strength of the innovation, right? And then we have a bit of gender, as in this is a huge request from IUCA and GIZ, right? To really encourage more women to really participate, right? So there is that bit around the gender. And so we have the 30 innovators from the 7 countries, so giving us 210 innovators that we are going to work with. The next. Yeah, so this is just then the journey that they're going to make, right? So, and it's really a sprint up, right? So starting the modules on the 17th of June, and on the 18th of July, we'll have actually closed. So it's really a sprint. But within that sprint, we have the module that we spoke about, there's the coaching, there's the mentorship, and then at the end there, we'll have an investor demo day, For some of them, it will be actually a first time that they're meeting with investors to actually present their ideas. And graduation, and we begin then the study tour. So the winners of each country will then participate in the study tour. So this is the package that those 210 innovators will actually make, right? And I think as I close, I've seen good partners here, the ones who are on stage, speaking about how they can collaborate. We are calling you, IBM, everyone else, right, to really work with us to make sure that this dream that we have is realized, right? Thank you so much. Fabian.
Fabian, we have a statement in our Swahili culture. It says, ukiona vyaelea, jua vimeundwa. Can somebody translate to German? Fabian, what it says is that if you see that it looks good, it means somebody has worked hard behind the scenes. All right? So, please.
Okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the warm introduction. Yes, I'm very happy to be here today and be able to present, when it comes, the second exciting module we are launching today. This is the implementation of short-term digital skills. So this component is being implemented by a consortium led by WINS in partnership with a startup who is also here with us today, and Black Intech. These 3 trainings are catered to different target groups, and I will now provide just a brief overview on which trainings we're implementing, and then a bit where we are and what the next steps are. So the 3 trainings are universities, I will read them here, university transformation towards quality education experience, data analysis, visualization and narrative generation, and digital marketing and e-commerce for business expansion. So the curriculum that we're using is available curriculum that has been provided by consortium members, and we are working together with a group of training experts from the region to ensure that the curriculum is adapted and validated also by academia representatives of the region. So the first training for universities' transformation towards quality education experience. The target group of this training is EAC teaching and non-teaching university staff. So the objective of the training is to strengthen the digital skills of both teaching and non-teaching staff in order for them to be able to provide a better quality education experience to students. So attendees can expect to acquire a set of skills that will allow them to improve management, organizational, and teaching services towards students. I will not go into detail on the curriculum because it's quite broad. We have a broad set of topics that we're covering. But I would encourage everyone who is interested in learning more about the specifics of the curriculum to access our QR code here, or the ones who are online to follow us in our social media, where you can access our launching page, and you can see the specifics of the curriculum. But I will just attempt to mention a few of the interesting topics that will be taught. So for this training, we will focus on the integration and installation of learning management systems, of digital management systems for universities, cloud technologies, ICT security services. This is just to name a few of the topics. Because we have such a homogeneous participants covering teaching and non-teaching staff, we have come with a solution that we will be offering specific modules that participants can access or can learn based on their interests and possibly also roles in the universities. Going to the second training, no, sorry, one slide back. The second training, which is data analysis, visualization, and narrative generation. This is targeted to recent graduates from universities that are currently looking for a job. The aim of this training will be to improve their digital skills so that they improve their employability and prospects to become integrated into the job market. Our colleague, Mr. Zefania Saidi, was speaking about data-driven decisions for businesses. This will be a training focusing on improving the participants' ability to make data-driven decisions and visualize data and create narrative based on data. So this will cater to the need that has been also mentioned by our colleagues from EABC. Again, specific topics here include data types and structures, learning how to use data analysis software such as Capstone and our software, data visualization and aesthetics, amongst others. Our third and last training that we will be implementing is the digital marketing and e-commerce for business expansion. This is targeted towards employees of MSMEs and SMEs of the 7 EAC countries. The objective of this training will be that MSMEs are able to implement the latest trends in digital marketing and e-commerce. So they will learn how to use e-commerce technology to advertise and promote their products and services. Some of the topics here will include, for example, digital marketing planning, understanding customer behavior and customer journeys, e-payment systems, amongst others. So the trainings will combine a set of in-person and virtual settings. For example, the university one will be lasting for 5 days, where 3 days will be online and 2 days will be in person in different hubs or training venues that are well equipped and that we have identified in cooperation with our partner startup. The training for unemployed graduates will take place in person. This is a fully in-person learning experience. And the digital marketing follows a similar approach than the university's training. This will combine 3 days of virtual training plus 2 days online training. If we go to the next slide. So where are we now regarding the training, the program? The program is structured into 3 main steps, so to say. We will have a call for applications. Actually, 2 of them are open as we speak. The digital skills for quality education targeted towards university staff is currently open and is actually closing very soon, by the end of the week. So if there is anyone in the audience interested, we would encourage you still to apply. We're very happy to share that we have received around 2,700 applications from universities all across the 7 EAC countries. So I was exchanging with my colleague from Startup today. This makes us very happy, and we're inspired to see the interest in this training, which for us also is a reflection of the relevance and the need of implementing such a training. So the data analysis and visualization, actually the call for applications opened today. So it's also for anyone in the audience who is interested, a very good moment to apply. we will be reviewing applications on an ongoing basis, so participants are very encouraged to apply as soon as possible. And then we have the last training targeting MSMEs. This will be opened a bit later in July. So being that said, the selection of participants will be happening starting next week, at least for the first training, and with the final selection being end of June and starting with the trainings in July. For the data analysis and visualization, we will select the participants beginning of July, and the training starts in July also. The digital marketing and e-commerce takes place a bit later, beginning of August for the selection, and then the training also in August. The training dates vary a bit from country to country. So again, I would encourage you to follow us on social media or access our launch page in order to see a bit with more detail the exact starting dates. With that said, I conclude saying that we are very excited to receive all your applications or and look forward for the implementation of the trainings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So don't go. So we're going to do the launch of this program now. So let me have on the stage the representatives from ASSEK, the representatives from E4Impact, ACLIS, WINS, and then let me have the technical team please remove the chairs. We're going to have this launch. Let me have the representatives from WINS Global, Black in Tech, Startup Hub, the Next Hub, Connecta, standing here. Let me also have GIZ. Okay, so we're going to stand here and we're going to launch this program. It's a big program. In Africa, we say it takes a village to raise a child. Today, it's indeed going to take a village to get the digital skills program up and running. Yeah. So the countdown can go on screen. Yes, so what we're going to do is we're going to have our chief guest, Professor. Yes, they didn't tell you that you're going to switch on the tap. Okay, we are launching this program, so our chief guest, stand up here. The representatives from the hubs, please let's be here on the lower side. JZ up here.
Two programs. Which program?
Yeah, so here. The hubs down here. Then our chief guest, David, yes, up there. Very good. And this is also going to be our photo session. Daktari, please join us up here. Yes. Up here. Very good. Okay. Daktari right here between David. We have to break this male thing here. Yes, fancy. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, move this way just a bit. And then there's something there, Dr. Ratenmo. There you're going to be bathed in glitter. Father, very good. Launch mechanics, are we ready?
Just wait, please.
Yes, countdown is coming. Yes, it's our moment of fame. Yeah, we normally say we teach entrepreneurs to embrace fame. Entrepreneurs in Africa sometimes are very shy, and yet they need to be not media shy. They need to be media. What is it called? Media happy. Very good. So, are you happy? Okay. If you guys can't see that camera, he can't see you. Can you see the camera? Looking fantastic. Yeah, so countdown. And our launch mechanism is ready. Okay, so when the 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! And let me give Professor to officially declare the program launched.
Well, this is therefore to declare that the two programs, Innovators Sprinter Program and Digital Skills Training Program, officially launched.
Wow, fantastic. Please encourage all the entrepreneurs in your communities to apply for this unique opportunity that is going to skill them. Let's shake hands for the camera. Let's shake hands for the camera. Very good. Fantastic, fantastic. Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much, GIZ. Thank you very much, East Africa Community, the Inter-University Council for East Africa. Thank you very much. Senate East Africa, thank you very much. East Africa Business Council, thank you very much. Our implementing partners, ASSEK for Impact, CLIS, Wins, the Next Hub, Konya Startup Hub, and Black Intech. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the tea is getting cold. Let's have our tea. Tea is for telephone. Yes, let's grab our tea. Okay, tea break, networking. No, after tea break we come back. Oh yeah, guys, after tea break you come back. And I'm assured that there's lunch also. The tea break is 20 minutes. Okay guys, 20 minutes and we'll be calling you back in.
Make chords, this is it. Congratulations. The chords are already made for you. You can drag one of these chord progressions.
coming inside. The audience is too small, wait. It's not working? So what do I hold it? No. Not really. I will be tempted to do this. Am I standing on the right? Battery measure. Okay. So hello, good morning everyone, and happy to be here today. We're launching interesting programs for the region, for the East African community. My name is Evelyn. I need to shout. So hello, greetings everyone. Happy to be here today. My name is Evelyn Mutazama. I'm an advisor and deputy head of program for digital skills on innovative East African industry, a project that is being implemented by Inter-University Council for East Africa together with the German Development Corporation. And today we bring together innovators, academia, hubs, together with policy makers of innovation and digital skilling. And we want to be able to foster a collaboration that will help to impact East Africa in the knowledge of digital skills, research, commercialization. We're happy today to see and witness this occasion because it builds upon the success of what we have been implementing for years now, about 6 years, where our strong focus is to build and strengthen capacities of young people in East Africa related to innovation, related to digital skills, and we'd like to really see that the region is really picking up the need and to support young innovators, to support higher education institutions, to be able to transform towards quality education. And interesting enough, we're not doing it alone. This is a project that has been implemented with a partner landscape involving the East African Science and Technology Commission, the East African Communication Organization, East African Business Council, and today we're joining forces with hubs and partners from all the 7 EAC partner states. We have affiliates from Burundi, we have Connector from South Sudan, and Impact from Rwanda and Uganda, and ASSEK in Kenya. And we also have global partners, Wings Consult, that we're bringing together forces and efforts whereby we will be offering an 8-week intensive training and mentorship, as well as benchmarking and study tours for the target groups that will cut across unemployed graduates, will cut across unemployed graduates, universities where we'll be training them on improving ICT infrastructure learning experience for teaching and for delivery of courses. We'll also be teaching training unemployed graduates in the area of data visualization, marketing, digital marketing and e-commerce, and also we'll be training as well the innovators on research, commercialization, IP, intellectual property management, and really supporting more young people to become employed in this new self-employment in the region, and to be able to come up with startup ventures and really scale the economy. So we are really glad, and we are hoping that through this journey we'll bring on board a lot of partners. We have IBM, we have Microsoft, that we are working together to bring in efforts and really build a strong collaboration to deliver impact in terms of training. And in the end, our goal and vision is to see that the region is harmonized in terms of really understanding the need for digital skills, but also how our young people can be able to adopt skills relevant for forming up startup ventures. And we are eager today to see that the East African community joins efforts with other partners to really move the wheel in supporting young citizens in East Africa. Thank you very much. Are you about to go?
Right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. One of our fantastic ladies here was having her own moment of fame. All right, let's have our seats. I'm about to call up the person who's coming to dance for us. Professor, you look like you're the last one in the room. No. Let me tell you guys, if you had a university professor, yeah, did you suffer cuts and quizzes? Cuts and quizzes. What is a cat? A cat is an animal. Yes, a meow. Eh? That animal shows up. It shows up when your professor has gone to a conference. So, right now you guys can imagine that there's some students somewhere sitting for a cat because professor is with us here in Nairobi. So on their behalf, I have to revenge. Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and wow, we have an amazing panel next up. But before the panel goes up, I'm waiting for my technicians. Please put up for us the slide that has the QR code so that anyone who wants to download the report that was presented earlier by Daktari may do so. So if you want to download the report, please go ahead and do so. But right now, we are going to have a fireside chat. Okay? Fireside chats are meant to be hot. Hot, hot, hot. So, ever had the statement, that is a good question? Yeah? Ever had that statement? The QR code is coming. Yeah? So please load up for me the QR code for anyone who wants to download the report. Have you ever had the statement, that is a good question? What does it normally mean? It normally means you've been asked a hard question. Yeah. Typically, it means you've been asked a hard question and you need your mind to first realize. So that's what the fireside chat is for. It's for hard questions. So the gentlemen and ladies who are going to come here in front, you have their permission to ask hard questions. All right? Now, you may even choose to ask a question on behalf of a friend. Have you ever asked a question on behalf of a friend? Yeah? Yes, that means you're asking a question that is sensitive, but you don't want it to be known that it is you. So you can ask on behalf of a friend. And that's the essence of a fireside chat. A fireside chat also, the people who are going to come here in front have promised to be honest, candid, and vulnerable. Okay? So, yes, and it's obviously been moderated by our very own Mercy Kimalat, who has promised not to go easy on the panelists. Panelists, are you afraid? If I call names now, you won't come. But I was given your names and your faces. So if you dare not turn up, I will just come back for you. So let's start off with Gatere Libere Sango from Aklis Hub. All right. Very nice. I have to say this. When I was growing up, I wanted hair like that. But, but what I got instead is one like Prof's. The next one is Hausa Lightborn. Might join online, all right. Hausa, are you online? Let's just confirm that Hausa is online. Then there's Louisa Kamau at E4 Impact Uganda, also online or here? Louisa is here, fantastic. And then there's Laura. This is a very nice name, Laura. I will not say it. The last time I pronounced a German name, I had to beg to be paid as MC because they threatened and said, you didn't call our boss nicely. Joseph Mwanyika, or as Google will say it, Joseph Mwanyika. Joseph? Yes. And the hair, I think for you to be on this panel, it has to be the hair. Yeah, it has to be the hair. And then Berry Numbi. Berry? Online? Not make it. And Denaya Dennis. Denaya Dennis. All right, very good. So, Mercy, are you ready for your panel? I'm going to ask my technical team to help me with the QR code. Yeah. So the QR code is going to come. So with the fireside chat, as the session is continuing, please feel free to put up your questions and your comments. And as I said, it's time for us to have a hot conversation. Mercy, these are gentlemen who are used to doing Twitter and X, so you're going to keep your session brief, 25 minutes and you should be done, okay?
Great, thank you so much. How are we feeling? How many are feeling great? Who is, Micah, you're not feeling great? Great, that's the greatest of all, right? Thank you. So I think just a bit of logistics. Yeah, I can help remove the chairs. Wonderful. Thank you so much for all of you coming for this wonderful event. It cannot be as colorful if we do not have the participants both physically and also virtually. And for this program, one of the best things is how we are collaborating even as the East Africa community from a perspective of private sector. So we always say that universities need to collaborate with the industry, but even us as private sector, how are we actually collaborating? And this is actually a perfect example of how we're doing it. And so it's really putting them on the stage to actually share what they do, how they do it, what are some of the challenges, even picking up from the different research outputs that were shared by Dr. Bernadette from the training needs assessment, and even your own ongoing work, and really just aligning all that to why we need to focus on digitization as a key driver for the growth of the innovation ecosystem in East Africa. So as we start, do you have a microphone? Thank you, Laura. We're sprinting today, yes. So in the spirit of sprinting, I'd like each of you to introduce yourselves, tell us where you're coming from, because you are coming from across Kenya, and David, you're supposed to also be on the panel. Yeah, so we also need to have David on the panel as well. So introduce yourself, where you're coming from, the name of your organization, and one key thing that has inspired you to work in this entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem. You know, it's almost like being a doctor on call when entrepreneurs are reaching out to you. So why do you do the work that you're doing as well? So I think we can start with Joseph as we come down. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joseph Manfred Mwanyika from Tanzania. You say we are all coming across the Kenya, but yeah. My name is Joseph Manfred Mwanyika from Tanzania. I work with Innovators. Innovators, we are enterprise supporting organization dealing with supporting very early stage startups to ideate to the stage that they will commercialize, and then to investment readiness. And we also, on some occasion, like in a very convincing startup, we also invest in startup or through our venture fund. So what got us into this business of working with entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs meaning the startup early stage entrepreneurs, is the sense that, you know, in Tanzania, it's not like there's no investment coming in. A lot of investment coming in, but the target is focusing on the big entrepreneurs. And not most of them will also focus on digital innovation because most people doesn't understand the digital landscape. Because as we all know, the older generation are the one with the money, yeah? We can all agree on that, right? Yeah, you disagree? Yeah, okay. Okay, maybe it's part of like in Tanzania. So due to that, we felt like these early stage innovators, mostly from youth, they also need their voice heard, as they need the support to get where these bigger organizations, bigger companies are right now. So that's when we launched the Innovate Ventures, just try to energize the entrepreneurship ecosystem and support the early stage innovators and startup in Tanzania. Thank you.
What about for you? What is your one key motivation?
Money. Yeah, actually, for me, it's honestly speaking, I won't lie. It's this business is it's very profitable. Yeah, it's very profitable, and it has like a lot of money supporting startup. And one of my dream is to host like asset holding company, where the focus is to invest in a startup, so I can have like the portfolio of startup that I'll be investing in. So for me to reach there, I need to prepare the startup that I can be able to invest in, so that I can have like good portfolio. I can say that I go to invest in a startup that I don't know, maybe bigger company, because now a lot of people have the tendency to forge their books And so, but if I know the startup from scratch, I know where they started, where they're going, that would be easy for me to make my decision in the, when I want to invest. Yeah, thank you.
Great, that was interesting. So my name is Laura Althaus Mugaga. The Mugaga is from my husband's name, in case you were wondering. So I'm a half Ugandan by now, and I'm a co-founder of Startup Africa. Startup Africa is an entrepreneurship hub. We have our headquarters in Uganda, but also have an office in Tanzania, and we will launch in Kenya as well this year. And we focus on the early stage entrepreneur. So one of our core components is a university program that we run with 10 universities in Uganda, 2 universities in Tanzania. And the focus is really on how to change the mindset to be more innovative thinking, to be more entrepreneurial, and then to start practically, and to replace a lot of theory support with very hands-on and practical support. And then we have a second program component where we provide initial investment and 2 years of coaching and mentorship to get high growth tech startups ready for bigger investments. And what brought me to do this, when I studied psychology at Munich University, and while I studied, I could feel that I like my studies, but I don't want to become a psychotherapist. But I also did not know what else I wanted to become. So I just tried out a lot of different things, and one of the things I tried was a 1-week entrepreneurship bootcamp. And in just 1 week, we learned practically how to start a business from scratch, and how to have a social impact with that. And that's when I felt of the stars were aligning for me a bit, that I felt, okay, this makes a lot of sense for me. This is what I want to do. I can create impact, plus it's sustainable because it has a business behind. And I think this kind of aha moment for myself when I was still at uni really drives me still today to work with a lot of university students across the region and to support them that they can actually do it, they can actually build something on their own. They're good enough, they're smart enough, they're enough. Because when I was a student, I always thought starting a business is for special people. You have to be rich, you have to be more smart, you have to be smarter. I'm not smart enough to do it. But I think I learned that I can actually do it. And I hope that we can support a lot of students and young people to believe in themselves and to build what they want to build. And that drives me every day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lois Kamau, and I'm the team lead in Uganda from E4 Impact Foundation. And E4 Impact Foundation began, well, these activities, especially in Uganda, the incubation and acceleration in 2022, but we've been there running the MBA program since 2015. And what we do mainly in Uganda, we're really good at supporting quote-unquote rural entrepreneurs. And these you find are, let's say, the middle person in a particular value chain, or we can call them the market actors. And we really work with cooperatives or telling them the importance of this, working together as groups, because we realized when entrepreneurs come to the accelerator, for example, many of them are saying we are working with farmers. Many are saying that our digital space is targeting farmers. But you find that that rural farmer whom you expect to get goods from has no idea what is, entrepreneurship. So we've seen that in Uganda, really, our focus has been in this particular
class and sector of entrepreneurs, and they feed into, you know, the more educated, the more literate. I'm not saying farmers are not literate, but most of them we've seen are really they're not literate, reading and writing. So we help them to understand that, you know, you can grow and become and support another entrepreneur in that, you know, value chain. And what inspires me or inspired me, I think I'm an entrepreneur in my small way, and I started back at campus. I was in that room where everybody knocks because I'm selling some sausages in the room, and not that I didn't have money, but I felt, you know, to sell airtime, to sell these small things. And I realized also how hard it is to sell. Because I was part of the people selling a product when it launched in Kenya, which was the M-Pesa, Lipa na M-Pesa. And you know, you go to small, let's say, salons, the butchery, and when you're selling, you know, as an entrepreneur, it's very hard. And you're telling them, you know, there's this Lipa na M-Pesa, this is, let's say, a salon, and they switch on the dryer. Ati unasema nini? You know, what are you saying? And the dryer is really, or the butcher is busy with his knife and all this. So it's hard to sell, to make a sale. And really, I'm moved to work with entrepreneurs because I understand this journey. To somebody to put money in your pocket, you've really done a good job. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gatare Libert. I'm from Burundi. I'm here representing ACLIS, a hub based in Bujumbura, the economic capital city of Burundi. What we basically do, we started off as a tech company, building software, building websites and all that, but then realized the hurdles that an entrepreneur really comes to meet with, right? And then we said, why not really make it easier for our young brothers and sisters? I think that comes back to why I'm doing this. Yeah, so basically we started off with offering apprenticeship to university students who are really finishing university or recent graduates to work on personal projects, but then coming out of, you know, ideation and then prototyping them, hence why we Tech Lab, and then to commercialization later on, and also helping them to register their company and look for investors. Yeah, so that's basically what we've been doing at ACLIS. It's more or less just tech hub, but as well with facilitation to you know, going to market and as well finding investors in Burundi. So far, I would say the model that has been working, maybe just to jump the gun, is bootstrapping so far, and hence why we're here, really coming up with networking with different people here to try and find common ground or how to work together. I think I've met some colleagues in the venture world, and I think this is going to be a great discussion on the collaboration aspect of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'd introduced myself before, right? David Cheboriot, I'm the Regional Director for the E4 Impact Entrepreneurship Centers. So E4 Impact stands for Entrepreneurship for Impact, right? And we are actually a spin-off of a business school of the Catholic University of Milan. But right now we have programs in more than 20 African countries. We have what we call a University Alliance, where we have 36 member universities in Africa, and we have 8 entrepreneurship centers. So I think that the greatest challenge that we've actually had to face was actually to work with our universities, African universities, to actually run action-oriented programs on entrepreneurship. I think when we have to work with a university, before starting our program, we take almost 2-3 years to actually build a capacity of faculty to understand how to train in an action-oriented way. Sometimes we succeed, for most parts we fail. Because even when we have created, and we have training programs, you know, slides, use this, just speak for 2 minutes and have a discussion, use this practical example. The faculty will still come with a lot of notes, filling the slides up, and just losing entrepreneurs in a training. And really that has been the struggle which we have. We are still working on it. I can't say that we've solved. And I guess, especially when they are professors, not to say anything against you, professor, but at that point, for them to really teach using the methodology, an action-oriented methodology that we have, is very hard. So in some places we're succeeding, others we're not. But it's a journey, right? Then I think that the other thing, so we have these university programs and they're good, but then we found out because of those challenges of university, because at some point universities will tell you they're in the business of teaching, graduating students. You know, it's a cog, right? It's a moving machine, right? And you need anyway other programs that support entrepreneurs, right? And that's why we started the centers. So to really sort of complement a bit the work that we are doing with universities. So within the centers, then we are doing pre-incubation, incubation, and acceleration work, and dealing with all sorts of entrepreneurs, not only the ones that qualify to go to university, right? So that's why we started the centers. Then I think as a personal motivation for me was an experience I think we had around 2013, 2014. We were called by, it's called Tata Chemicals and Magadi Soda Foundation. So in the heart of Maasai land. So what they've been doing, or what they had been doing, was to give scholarships to bright Maasai people to go to universities and study. Then they would go and study different programs. And they'd been doing it for a long time. Then when these guys graduate, they were coming to the gate of the factory saying, you took us to school and now give us the work. Provide for us the job. So we would not have had this problem if you had not taken us to school. We probably would be herding our cattle and, you know, just we would have been married by now and stuff. But now, we're not doing that. And since you are the ones who took us to school, you have to fix our problem, right? And so they actually told us we're becoming victims of our own problem, of our own support to the community, right? And they had a discussion with us and said, what can you do to solve this problem? And so we said, actually those people who have that high level education that you've taken can actually be entrepreneurs and actually can create the jobs for the other community members. And we started to do some innovation challenges, co-creation, and say what are the problems within this Maasai community that the graduates that you've given education could actually solve. And we did that, right? And they created companies that are doing beadwork for export, tackling the water challenges, FGM issues and stuff, right? And when we had to do that, we had to co-create with the local team. We had to bring down the learning to a level that they could actually understand, right? Very low level. And they actually created the solution. So what I understood is that the problems that we actually have, we have them, right? But actually the solutions exist within the people of those communities. And so if you create an entrepreneurial, innovative culture at the community level, then people would solve their problems and create the jobs that the community need. So that maybe is really my driving, it's really the power of entrepreneurship, right? To create solutions and jobs for local communities, yeah.
That is great, thank you so much. And it's not easy to share your story and realize where you might have succeeded or failed, but thank you so much for that. Just adding on to that, I don't think I mentioned my name, of course, Christian introduced me. So I'm Masiki Malat, I'm the CEO for ASSEK, which is Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. We bring like-minded entrepreneur support organizations just like them. And we represent their interests, but also supporting them to scale their impact in terms of how many entrepreneurs they're serving and also the region. And I think for me, my greatest moment to the entrepreneurship was when I graduated from high school, no, from campus. Many people actually got jobs straight out of campus. But then I had to have a tough conversation with my parents who were saying, are you going to go for a job interview? And that time I didn't really want to work in the formal sector. wearing suits, which is an irony. Now I'm wearing suits. But I wanted just to go out there and solve a critical need. I don't know why I had a passion for the community, because even through campus, I was part of different clubs, societies, and you realize there's so much more that we can do in the community than only working in a company. So I was able to find a small startup that I was able to work on. Of course, we're not being paid. There was a lot of bootstrapping. My parents became my investors because they were funding the transport and lunch and everything, but really you start building that entrepreneurial mindset. And I think it's something that has resonated with all of you, because from what I'm hearing is that you all know the struggle, right? Because you are entrepreneurs in yourselves. And there's something that Prof mentioned about the mindset, that it has to be taught and it becomes a culture. And then, of course, looking at how you're making it easier for other entrepreneurs in their own journey to not go through the same challenges and pitfalls that you went through. And finally, responding to social needs within the community. So you've talked a lot about how and what you people are doing. The interesting thing would be looking at how you've been able to respond to emerging needs of entrepreneurs, right? And you've created not only programs, but even a space, a physical space for them to come in, access, meet your different partners and networks. But there seems to be a challenge in recruiting the right type of entrepreneur. What are some of the challenges you're facing in actually getting that talent to come into your space so that you can help them build that business that they can go out and actually solve the societal needs? Anyone is free to respond. Yeah.
Okay, so for us, so we support startup at different level. We have startup that are very early stage, that from idea or prototype, and we have startup that are on later stage, which are on commercialization and they're ready for investment. So I can start with the challenges on startup which are looking for actual investment. So in Tanzania, actually very few startups qualify for actual investment, given that most of, I don't know about other countries, but in Tanzania, most startups, they're focusing on looking for grants, not focusing on actually growing their businesses. So an investor can't just come to invest in your business and you don't have customers, you're not like government compliant. So that becomes very, very hard for investors to actually invest. So even we have like most programs that we are running on investment readiness, even in our venture fund, the next fund, to get quality startup is kind of very hard, because the startup that you are looking for, the startup that have bigger name, most of them you find like they are always on these like looking for grants. Like, okay, now you've got some few grants. What do? Do you grow your business, or do you divide that grant within your team? So that's like one of the biggest challenge that we face in Tanzania to this startup. So actually you get very few startup that qualify, and then you might find some qualified, but then they don't have the sustainable team. They will find like someone is just like by themselves, and those kind of startup is so hard to invest in. Because now no one is holding you accountable. So just like you are one man army. So that's kind of a challenge. But then when it comes to idea stage, most of our idea stages that we support are from university. And the challenges that comes, I think I can relate to what E for impact I said sometimes it's very hard to initiate conversation with the universities, given that they have like a lot of bureaucracy, that you might send an email and then it might take 2 to 4 to 5 months to get response, and then after response they need the board to see it, and a lot of bureaucracy. And then once you get to the university to work with students, and then you get that the lecturers will tell, so you have your program, we understand, you're a training student, but then these students have the courses, they have coursework they need to pass, and then like you might agree on the timeline to implement the project, and then some lecturer will come, no, I have a test. then you can't do that. Or they'll tell like, you need to postpone your program to a couple of months because this time students are preparing for tests. So it gets so hard, and then that, let's say you are running a same program to 5 universities. One university has tests. That means their student has to pause the trainings. Then the question will come, are you going to pause to all of them to accommodate the one who's test, or you're going to move on, then this one will catch up? And how are they going to catch up? So that is like a challenge that we most face in like working with the universities. And then coming to ideas from the graduate, the idea comes, the challenge comes that most of the innovators from graduate, they are not starting businesses based on passion or based on the challenge that they saw in the community. They are starting their business because of lack of employment opportunities. So they feel like, okay, there's no opportunity, there's no employment opportunity, let me try business. Yeah, so because I remember we launched one program, and most of the application we noticed that most idea came from ChatGPT. So now people can just go to ChatGPT and ask, like, can I get best idea for startup in maybe agriculture? And then they're not even like trying to do anything. They just copy everything as it is. You even notice, you even see like those prompts from ChatGPT. They just paste the way it is. Yeah, so it's like they don't want to try because they're not passionate about the businesses. So that's like the biggest challenge going to the innovators that want to start their business from the graduate. And some of the one that started the business when they were at the university, the challenge come. You started in a team, you really believed in it, but then when the challenges come, you don't have money and stuff, and everyone come from different background and have their own family. One of the team member will get employment. He will leave the team. Another one will get employment, will leave the team. You leave like you get like 2 members remaining. They raise a grant. Those 2 that left will come to collect their share. We were from the beginning, just give us our share. Because the grants are public, right? Everybody will see that this startup will receive the grant, so they will come. After they come, that's when like most this startup actually fail at this stage because of these challenges that are existing on different level. Yeah, so I think let me just allow other people to contribute.
Thank you. I think there are lots of challenges that I feel are the same in Uganda, which is, I think, already interesting as we are talking about the EAC, that I think across the ecosystem, I think a lot of these challenges are the same. I think the general problem is like lack of pipeline, and I think also the strategy that we tried, but which comes with a lot of challenges, is to work closely with the universities. As we've talked, as we heard before, I mean, universities produce ideally great innovations and lack like the commercialization aspect. So we try to offer that support to the universities, but then there are again other challenges that come. So for example, the issue of IP. I know there are 2 sides. The university wants to benefit, but then the student doesn't want to feel locked in a way. And I feel there's still a lot of work to be done, because we have, for example, students that say we don't want to start because there's a policy at the university that they will take 30% of my company or something like that, and they feel scared that, or they decide, let me rather start after university, but then already the ecosystem can't really work, or all the activities that are planned around the support of the students can't unfold if students feel actually hindered or scared to start. So this is, for example, also one challenge that we are facing, working with and hope, or with a pipeline where we think there could be a lot of potential with the universities. Then plus, I think Joseph mentioned this aspect of time. Students are students, they have to finish their course, they want to have good grades. So how do we balance that? And I think when we look at the study that we had in the morning, this aspect of how much are your studies aligned with the business you're working on, I think was relatively low, right? I think it was like 30% or something. And I also feel that there could be an opportunity if like the final year project or the coursework and so on would be much more aligned with the actual innovation or businesses entrepreneurs would want to work on. And that would again give us, hopefully, a better pipeline. Yeah, but we are still trying to figure it out. Happy to hear more solutions.
On top of the challenges they just mentioned, I would like to highlight two challenges that we came to realize as time went by. You get entrepreneurs who have ideas, but then the skills to build what they want to realize are lacking, right? Let's say they want to develop like a mobile application that does, X and Y, and then you find they don't really have those skills, or they're not up to date, right? Because they're being taught in school, curricula from 1980s, given, and this is true, by the way, given now the market, how it's been moving so fast, now that's the challenge that we've been really encountering. But we try to address it by trying to train them first within, the tech sector. Again, I say it's a tech hub. To at least give them the basic or necessary skills that can help them to build that idea, right? Yeah, so we start with what idea do you want to implement? Is it a web system? Is it a mobile app? And then if it's a mobile app, a course through mobile application development, right? Yeah, something that's very specific to what they want to build. And then second, it's industry expertise, right? You find that there is, let's say, 2 university students, they want to build an app that does something in agriculture, and none of them knows a thing about agriculture. They don't even know how, the value chain, how things work, but then the idea is just there. And that's one of the key issues that, or challenges that they encounter as time goes, that you find that, after like 5 months of developing the product, apparently they didn't know that this is how things are. They just had their own ideal that's really detached from reality. Yeah, so those two, skills and industry expertise. Yeah.
I guess very briefly on this, and I think it's something that is happening here in Kenya. I think it happens in all the East African countries where we have the pitchpreneurs, right? People who want to go and pitch here, win an award, go to the next pitch and win one award, and they are not building the business, right? They're just, and if you tell them there's no award, then they are pissed off, they complain, they write, they just feel entitled. And I think that then what would be the solution, and what have we tried to do to have then a good pipeline? I think in the past we used to have a call out and sit back and wait for the results, right? And then you have to evaluate that. But then I think that over time, since we knew that that is what is happening, and we tend in that style as well to get innovators that have been in 10 hubs also applying in our program, we then sort of inverted that and now started going to the field ourselves to look for innovators. And you go out of Nairobi, you go to rural Kenya, and you get very good innovators and innovations that someone had not even like spotlighted them or even identified them. And then you support those, and they're very genuine with what they have. So if you cut across them and they come into your program, you find that they're committed, they were not expecting to win anything, and they're really grateful with the support that you're providing. So I would say that this is a way in which we are, let's say, managing that problem, right? Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for those insights. And oh, wait, I'm coming back to her. Okay. Yeah, because I want to combine one question with that one. Looking at the different challenges you mentioned, right? So it's actually identifying where this pipeline is coming from, and it's like what you're saying, largely from the university, right? But then, yes, there's a challenge, but also there's an opportunity to actually be more innovative, right? Because if you look at the ESO, the Entrepreneur Support Organization, you're sitting between the community and the university, right? So then looking at the aspect of digitization, and you mentioned something about the mobile application, fintech, right? How to pay mobile money. What is really the role of digitization? How can it actually close some of these gaps that you've actually identified? And if you have any examples also of how you've collaborated to do that in terms of solving this challenge of pipeline of talent or entrepreneurs who only attend half of the training and then run off when they realize there's no money, or many other challenges. So how has digitization played a very key role in either solving that talent, access to talent gap, but then also looking at even the aspect of collaboration?
Maybe I'll speak as if for impact in Uganda. How we've seen, how we've assisted in this one is to roll out, to work with working with research-oriented partners, and they provide this data. For example, in a particular value chain that we've worked. Let's say it's in the I'll give an example. We've worked in the pig value chain, and they are saying there is money if 1, 2, and 3 does this. The farmer does this, and they provide this data to us, and we disseminate this information to the various groups that we have, or share this information widely. So I think this way of disseminating this data for us has seen that that many now many ESOs are now looking at can we fund entrepreneurs that are working on a particular solution that is research backed, that when we do this, or when they do this and follow this, they are likely to, there will be money coming in for them. Yeah. So I think this is how we've really tried to position ourselves. Yeah.
Maybe to add on what she just mentioned, the role of this digitalization in trying to curb, let's say, these issues in talent, how we normally go around it, it's partnering with existing organizations or companies that have like programs for learning, right? I'll mention a few. There is Google with, helping, developers skill up with the Google developer groups, even in university levels, creating clubs, and helping them at least continue with those resources. I hope soon we're going to be in talks with IBM to also add in that element, because this goes with micro-credentials. So that skills level, that skills lack, digitalization helps, bridge it. And this is really done with LMSs, learning management systems, that, companies such as IBM and Google have, where these students can self-pace their learning. I think this is one of the enablers, I would say, that's really chipping in. Yeah.
Yes. So I can start maybe from startup at because we have like different levels. Startup at investment readiness level. So this startup, their biggest challenge, as I mentioned, is that most of them are focused on grants. And as for Impact said, I don't think I can't pronounce his name. Okay. There is a David on your name. Why did you guys didn't say that from the beginning? Yeah. So. As David said, that most of them will focus to go on to pitch and like win awards. But this challenge, I think, some part has been perpetuated by us ESO, because from the beginning, because our ecosystem is very young, and we were focusing on also raising grants to run these programs. And then at the end of this program, we offered grants. And as we all know, grants, most of grants, like most startup, once it's been given, they might disappear with it to come back to the next tranche with the cooked data, and then they have the data. You have to give them the money, and if you don't give them, you have trouble with the donors that gave you the money, because now they just want. Sometimes also donors also just want to close the program. So they also try to avoid these complaint from innovators, complaint from the hubs. They just want to. So knowing that, what Innovators initiated, that instead of focusing on raising grants to run this program, we also have started our own bootstrapping fund. We used to call it Innovate Venture Fund, but right now we've rebranded it to the Next Fund, where we, from our accelerator, at the end, we don't go for grants. For the qualified startup that are complied with the government, have a bit of traction, have team, and all the requirements that we put from the beginning, we'll be able to get investment from our bootstrapping fund. And apart from that, also, we have a venture room where this startup can be able to actually list their businesses. And because we are part of different investment networks, some of the investment networks can come and source deals on that pipeline. So in order for you to be in that pipeline, you have to go through our 360 diagnostic, where we get to see the level you are, what you have, are you qualified for investment. If you're not qualified for investment, then you won't be listed on that platform. So that is to give that hunger to run the business to the startups. So we've built that digital platform where startups can list their businesses, and then they different investors can just come in and source for pipeline and get some deals, and they get to invest on startups. But coming to ideation level, so we've partnered with some few universities in Tanzania. And also, I remember last year, we partnered with CRDB Bank and University of Dar es Salaam to train university student, the one on ICT department. We train them on in-demand tech skills so that they can be their own talent in building these solutions. Because we saw one of the challenges that they face with these students is that they complain, okay, we have idea, but we don't have fund to actually build the system. But if we can focus on building the digital skills they need to build those solutions, so themselves they can have at least a prototype that they can be able to use to showcase. Because now if you have a prototype, it's easy for you to fundraise instead of just having an idea. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think I just want us now to move to the final question on, yes, we see, in a way, a high overview of the ecosystem, how it's working. We know where the system is broken, in which parts. We know what these young students actually are going through within the university. We also understand the frustration of faculty, whether it's innovating within the university. You also understand the challenges of investors, right? They want a certain criteria to be met, but you're also lacking in terms of technical skill. So even if we fund this young innovator with the funding to build the platform and build the team, there's still some other gaps. So the key question is on, we all are doing great things in our own spaces. You know, we have Kenya, we have Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, South Sudan, and many other countries. And even within them, we also have hubs that are working across different countries. So for example, we have E4 Impact in 20 African countries. We have Startup that wants to expand to more than 2 countries, you know. And also Gatari, I know you've been coming also once in a while to Nairobi to do a few trainings. And also Innovate Ventures, you're also working not only in Africa, but also globally. So how then do we have a forged or unified voice in a way to collaborate that can, one, reduce the silos between the different coordinating partners, especially even with this project, if we just give an example, how we can enhance or leverage each other's experiences to really bring a bigger impact. And where are some of these challenges when it comes to collaboration, you know? Not only amongst the entrepreneur support organizations, but even with universities or investors or even corporates, because you mentioned IBM and Google. Where's the missing middle, and how do we solve that?
Everyone is still writing. This was a long question. So, and I think let me answer on one part of the question. So I think what also the purpose, I think also partially of us sitting here, is that we all represent different hubs in the EAC, and that we want to strengthen also how we can work together, and as you said, Mercy, not to work in silos, but we seem to have very many similar challenges as well. So I think actually spaces like this are already, I think, a really good start to just meet each other more and talk more and see more what's going on. Maybe just to give 2 examples of what has worked well already for us. So for example, 2 years ago when the Digital Innovations for Business Resilience program was launched, I met Liber for the first time, and I didn't know anyone in Burundi, and Liber was basically our window and our hands and feet in Burundi, helping us to organize everything on the ground, even though we had never seen each other before. And I think what happened from that is that now we have this strong connection, so where anytime I know, okay, there's a program running in Burundi, or I need something in Burundi, I know who to reach out to. And I think it's the other way around as well for Uganda. And I think this is already like a really cool bridge, how I feel like we have a natural extension in another country, even though we don't have to have physical presence, and we can rather leverage each other's strengths. So now, for example, ACLES is really strong on the digital skills. We are more strong also on the entrepreneurship and go-to-market side. So again, there are like areas where we can complement each other. And even for Innovate Ventures, we also have an exchange program right now where three people from Tanzania are with Startup for 1 year, and 3 people from Uganda are with Innovate Ventures for 3 years in Tanzania. And I think this could also be like potential how we exchange more staff, or in this case, these are like food security fellows across the different regions to share more what is happening in the different countries, and also to share more best practices from the organizations. So these are maybe just two examples how I felt it has already worked really well, or it is really working well. And I think it would be amazing if we can strengthen that across the soon 8 EAC countries, so that in all the countries there's a lot of great support happening.
I think for sure the possibility that hubs across the East Africa region can collaborate with each other is critical, right? And I think, as you're mentioning, such a platform for knowledge sharing is key, and we need to do that. And I think what we've been doing, even in Kenya here with ASSEK, which is the Association for Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya, is that we see that certain hubs have certain experience, long experience, and certain other hubs are just emerging. It's the same thing for hubs within the East Africa region. And actually we've been talking and thinking about how the more seasoned hubs can actually mentor the young hubs. Because I think what we have seen, and apart from him, hubs also struggle. And they have financial challenges. And they need to build even a sustainable business model as a hub. Most hubs don't even have that, right? And I think then there is a lot of room to strengthen the capacity, because we know hubs in rural areas, other parts of East Africa, need a lot of support, because what they are doing is very critical to the entrepreneur who is on the ground. So the more we build the capacity of hubs, maybe think about standardizing the content, the quality. I think myself and Bernadette, we were very surprised the other day. We got invited to go to Mozambique to assess the hubs that are existing there. And there was a hub that they are saying they run an incubation program for 2 weeks. And they're speaking about their graduates. You spoke about yours doing it for 2 years, right? What can you do for 2 weeks, right? So I think if we standardize certain things, we elevate, right, the quality of what the hubs can do. Yeah? I know here, and some ecosystems, maybe Kenya is a bit ahead, Rwanda is catching up. What about the others? Can we really bring up everyone else to the same level? And having such a network could be a place really for doing that. Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah.
No, thank you so much, David, for sharing that one. And we also have an online engagement. So Denaya from South Sudan is online. Can we put him up on screen? So Denaya was actually supposed to be here, but was unable to travel, but we still have him virtually participating. Great. We can see you. Great smile. So Danai, maybe you can share your perspective on how collaboration has worked and also what, just a bit about also what Connector Hub is doing.
Thank you so much, and I hope you can hear me very well. There's an echo. Sorry. Sorry about that. I tried to use two devices. Still, I can't get there. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I'm excited to be part of this program. Unfortunately, I couldn't travel, but I've followed all the conversations from the start and the wonderful work that everyone is doing in their respective hubs and also universities. So, as you said, my name is Denai Dennis from South Sudan, and I am the director of Connector Hub. What we're doing is to work with the young people from universities, a similar vision and mandate that most of the organization and the hubs are doing within the region. And this is our second time participating in the D-Skills program. I just wanted to say something about the previous engagement, and what we have learned is